Chapter 3955. With the godly space-piercing shuttle at hand, Duan Lingtian thought of his master, Feng Qingyang. I wonder if master has managed to free himself from Mi Xian. If he has, he should have returned to solitary destructive heaven by now. If he hasn't, I'm sure he hasn't returned. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. At this moment, the soul pearl in his hand that belonged to his master, Feng Qingyang, had completely dissipated. Due to this reason, he could not confirm whether his master was still alive or not. Master will definitely be fine. However, if master still hasn't returned and his soul is still suppressed by Mi Xian and his body is still occupied, I'll have to make a trip to the netherworld. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he frowned. However, even if I enter the netherworld and look for master, it won't be easy for me to force Mi Xian's soul out. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry. However, he soon thought of something and his eyes narrowed. How could I have forgotten about Elder Jin? He's the quiet void elder of Chunying School and an emperor god expert. He must be more knowledgeable than I am. He might have a way. When he thought of Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. He left his residence and went to Zhen Pingfan's residence. He had found out about Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place some time ago and had been there several times. Elder Zhen. However, when he arrived outside Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place, Duan Lingtian still sent him a message to greet him. Otherwise, the formation that enveloped Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place would prevent him from entering. Duan Lingtian. When he received Duan Lingtian's message and heard the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice, Zhen Pingfan could not help but ask, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "Elder Zhen, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I'm outside your cultivation area right now," Duan Lingtian said. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air above the mansion, located in a valley in front of him. Then the scene inside changed quite a bit. Then a figure shot out like a ghost and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. "What? Did someone bully you in Chunying School? Don't worry. As long as you're in the right, Zhen Pingfan, will let him know the consequences of bullying me. Zhen Pingfan." As Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. His aura also underwent a great change in an instant. The originally peaceful aura became incomparably violent in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian knew Zhen Pingfan had misunderstood him. He smiled wryly and said, "Elder Zhen, no one bullied me. I'm looking for you because I have some private matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Zhen Pingfan's violent aura disappeared, and he became as gentle as before. "I see. What is it?" Zhen Pingfan asked curiously. "Something happened to my master in a Devata realm." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He directly told Zhen Pingfan about his master, Feng Qingyang, and the origin of Mi Xian, who had taken over his master's body. Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian mention that Mi Xian was from the dead spirit clan. At the same time, he was hesitant to speak. However, he did not interrupt Duan Lingtian in the end. Only after Duan Lingtian had finished speaking did he ask in an urgent tone, "Are you sure the spirit life form you mentioned is a member of the Spectre clan from the netherworld? Moreover, he's a divine emperor from the dead spirit clan?" Zhen Pingfan's eyes shone brightly when he spoke. However, this caused Duan Lingtian to be puzzled. He did not know why Elder Zhen would suddenly become so agitated. However, he still nodded affirmatively. "I can confirm this. That person from the dead soul race once attacked me when he was still a god king. I heard him say with my own ears that he destroyed the dead spirit clan and devoured all of them. That's how he could reach the godly emperor realm," Duan Lingtian said. "You said he tried to possess someone else's body, but you destroyed his body and his soul escaped?" Zhen Pingfan asked again. "Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was very sure of this. It seems that because of this, he used up the one and only chance of perfect possession in the dead spirit clan. As a result, although he possessed someone else's body, he was unable to use his full strength and was greatly restricted. My master was only a higher god king, and he was unable to kill him. Duan Lingtian, you've given Chunyang School a great gift this time. Zhen Pingfan said with a grin. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Zhen Pingfan meant. Elder Zhen, I don't understand what you mean. You'll understand soon, as long as you can find that person from the dead spirit clan. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian was even more confused now. Little Fan, just as Duan Lingtian was at a loss, an old but powerful voice rang in his ears. At the same time, it also reached Zhen Pingfan's ears. I've already informed your martial Uncle Yi. Now, bring Duan Lingtian with you. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, Zhen Pingfan looked at him and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, my father asked me to bring you over. It just so happens that you haven't met my father yet. Let's meet him together this time. Today, I'll bring you to meet 2 void-pierced stage elders. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said that, Duan Lingtian was unsurprisingly shocked. Just now, when he heard how that voice addressed Zhen Pingfan, he had already vaguely guessed that the other party should be the void-pierced stage old ancestor of Yun Feng's lineage, whom he had yet to meet. And according to what the other party said, he would be able to meet him later. And now, according to what Zhen Pingfan said, he would actually be able to meet another void-pierced stage elder later? Is it the martial Uncle Yi of Elder Zhen Pingfan, whom Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned just now? Just as he thought of that, Duan Lingtian sensed an invisible force assaulting his body. In the blink of an eye, it brought him along with the wind. It was none other than Zhen Pingfan who personally brought him to meet the old ancestor of Yun Feng's lineage after seeing him in a daze. Elder Zhen, the person whom Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned just now. Could it be the one from the hidden sword lineage? On the way, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and asked curiously at the same time. Among all the void-pierced stage elders in our Chunyang School, he's the only one with the surname Yi. Zhen Pingfan nodded in response. After receiving confirmation, even though Duan Lingtian thought that he was a calm person, his heart could not help but palpitate a little at this moment. Void-pierced stage elders were the existences with the highest status in Chunyang School. In the entire Chunyang School, there were only 7 of them on the surface. As for whether there were more in secret, Duan Lingtian did not know. However, even if there were more in secret, Duan Lingtian felt that there would not be many of them. Later, he would meet the 2 void-pierced stage elders of Chunyang School in one go. We're here. As Zhen Pingfan brought him to a stop, Duan Lingtian discovered that they had arrived at the depths of Yunfeng Island where Yun Feng's lineage was located. It was inside a huge canyon. The canyon was very big. It was filled with greenery everywhere. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers were everywhere. There was also smoke rising in spirals from kitchen chimneys. It was like a paradise. Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan and went deep into the canyon, startling a flock of birds. After a while, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan and landed on a spacious stone platform in the canyon. On top of the stone platform, there was a spacious mansion. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the air above the mansion. One was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. The other was a handsome young man with straight eyebrows. The old man was wearing a grayish-white long robe. There were several complicated patterns embroidered on the robe. At least, Duan Lingtian could not tell what those patterns were and what they symbolized. As for the young man, he was wearing a light golden long robe. Every corner of the long robe was embroidered with silver edges. There were also swords embroidered on the silver edges. At first glance, the 2 of them looked like 2 extremes. Father, after Zhen Pingfan brought Duan Lingtian closer, He first bowed respectfully to the old man. Then he looked at the young man beside the old man and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Marshal Uncle Yi." Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian had already guessed who the two of them were. The old man was undoubtedly the old ancestor of the Yun Peak clan, the Void Peer Stage Elder, Zhen Yunfeng. The young man was the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword clan, the Void Peer Stage Elder, Yi Qinfeng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the two Void Peer Stage Elders in front of him did not pay much attention to Jin Pingfan when he bowed. Instead, their gazes fell on him. "Greetings, Elder Zhen and Elder Yi." Duan Lingtian followed behind Jin Pingfan and bowed slightly to the two elders. "Duan Lingtian." As Yi Qinfeng spoke, Duan Lingtian felt as if there were 10,000 swords in front of him. They were incomparably sharp. However, just as his expression changed and he was about to raise his hand to defend himself, that awe-inspiring sword intent vanished in an instant. However, Yi Qinfeng had already arrived in front of him at this moment. A pair of glittering eyes looked straight into his eyes. "Duan Lingtian, are you sure that this is a divine Emperor Realm Ghost clan member of the Dead Spirit clan who used his one and only chance of perfect possession in his life?" Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Qinfeng to suddenly come close to him. He also did not expect that he would ask such a question. However, now he finally understood why the old ancestor of the Yun Peak clan, Zhen Yunfeng, suddenly wanted to see him and why the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword clan, Yi Qinfeng, would appear here. It turned out that it was all because of the words he said to Zhen Pingfan before. "Elder Yi, I can be sure of this." Duan Lingtian nodded with great certainty. "It's not the first time I've dealt with him. However, Elder Yi, he is just a divine Emperor Realm Ghost clan member of the Dead Spirit clan. Is he worthy of your attention?" In Duan Lingtian's opinion, that Dead Spirit clan member was just a spiritual life form. In terms of combat power, he was not a match for ordinary mid-level divine emperors. Yet, it was this spiritual life form that alarmed two Void Peer Stage Elders and two God Emperors of the Chunyang School. Moreover, they were two mid-level God Emperors. Chapter 3956. Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword progeny and the Void Peer Stage Elder, in disbelief. "Duan Lingtian, you've given Chunyang School a great gift." From the looks of it, Zhen Yunfeng's request to see him and Yi Qinfeng's appearance were most likely related to Zhen Pingfan's words. "Mi Xian is a great gift to Chunyang School." Duan Lingtian was even more confused now. Mi Xian was just the soul of a medium divine emperor. What was the use of Mi Xian to Chunyang School? If he were in the Devata realms, he could understand. After all, many souls in the netherworld could be enslaved and injected into prominent celestial weapons to turn them into weapon spirits. However, things like artifact spirits could not be attached to divine artifacts. The pressure of divine artifacts was enough to easily crush them. Divine artifacts usually had their own artifact souls. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed Mi Xian's words. A hint of excitement could be seen in Yi Qinfeng's eyes. At the same time, his voice became gentler as he said, "Duan Lingtian, to ordinary people, a divine emperor from the Dead Spirit clan is nothing special. However, it's very important to the Hidden Sword progeny. The Hidden Sword progeny has a unique divine sword soul nourishing technique. The divine sword in my hand can only be considered as a half-complete sword soul. A divine emperor from the Dead Spirit clan is a great nourishment for it. However, it's basically impossible for a divine emperor from the Dead Spirit clan to appear. Moreover, even if it appears, as long as it doesn't use its once-in-a-lifetime perfect possession opportunity, it's useless to me. But if it were to use up that opportunity, I am extremely confident that it would become the best nourishment for the sword soul of my divine sword, allowing it to completely take form." A hint of excitement could be heard in Yi Qinfeng's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Zhen Yinfeng and Zhen Pingfan were still calm. Obviously, they had known about this for a long time. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Yi Qinfeng's words, his pupils shrank as his heart surged. Of course, he knew what Yi Qinfeng was implying. In other words, even though the sword soul in Yi Qinfeng's divine sword had been born, it wasn't complete yet. However, once Yi Qinfeng used the unique divine sword soul-nurturing art of the hidden sword lineage and injected Mi Xian, a god emperor of the dead spirit race, into his sword soul would be complete. Once the sword spirit in Yi Qinfeng's godly sword was fully formed, it would become a top-grade godly sword on the same level as a 7 orifices exquisite sword. That was because it was a high-grade divine sword that had given birth to a complete sword soul. Moreover, the power that Yi Qinfeng could unleash was not something that his 7 orifices exquisite sword could compare with. I can't believe that the Zhangjiao lineage of Chunyang school has such a magical sword, soul-nourishing method. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He couldn't calm down for a long time. This had already overturned some of his previous understandings. Nothing is too strange in this vast world. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian, if you help me find the dead spirit clansmen at the Divine Emperor stage, I, Yi Qinfeng, the hidden sword progeny, and the pure sun sect will owe you a favor. Yi Qinfeng added, in total, I'll owe you 3 favors. To be honest, Duan Lingtian didn't care about favors because it was his duty to get rid of Mi Xian. If Mi Xian could be of some use to Yi Qinfeng before he died, he would be more than happy to do him a favor. However, there was one thing Duan Lingtian wanted to confirm. It was a rather important thing. Elder Yi, if that dead soul clansman becomes nourishment for the sword soul of your divine sword, will his memory and consciousness still exist? Hearing this, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. Of course not. To put it bluntly, he's just nourishment for the sword soul of my divine sword. The sword soul of my divine sword hasn't fully developed, but it already has a basic consciousness. You don't have to worry about that. In the future, you won't have a sword soul as an enemy for no reason. Moreover, even if his consciousness is still there, as the sword soul of my divine sword, I'll still be the master. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and smiled as though he knew what Duan Lingtian was worried about. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when Yi Qinfeng saw through his thoughts. Then he asked curiously, Elder, do you plan to return to the Devata realm with me? Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Although the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms has been sealed, I can still return with you through the void-piercing divine shuttle. Elder Yi, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and said, originally, I didn't have to worry about anything with you making a trip. However, as far as I know, the natives of the realms of gods will have their strength suppressed as soon as they leave the realms of gods, right? Duan Lingtian still remembered what his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him. Back then, the Yun clan's vile slave who chased after his master, Feng Qingyang, and forced his master, Feng Qingyang, to enter the Azura Hell was unable to kill his master, Feng Qingyang, because his strength was suppressed. Otherwise, with his identity as a member of a godly venerable clan in the divine offering land, even if he was just a slave, his strength would not be weak. It was said that the realms of gods were formed from the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. The natives of the realms of gods who carried the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse would have their strength suppressed by the law set by the supreme powerhouse when they left the realms of gods for the lower realms of gods. The law was set by the supreme powerhouses to control their little worlds at will. It was similar to the heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods. It could also be understood as a kind of seal. Those who carried the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse would be able to travel to different planes of gods. In other words, they would be able to travel to different minor worlds within the bodies of supreme powerhouses. However, if they wanted to go to the lower realms of gods, their strength would be sealed. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses to prevent the natives of the realms of gods from going to the lower realms of gods to cause trouble. Most of the supreme powerhouses, including the earliest group of supreme powerhouses, came from the lower realms of gods. They regarded the lower realms of gods as their hometowns. Naturally, they did not want their hometowns to be destroyed. Ha! Before Jin Pingfan could say anything, Jin Pingfan burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian was confused by Zhen Pingfan's laughter. He looked at Zhen Pingfan in confusion. Could he be wrong? However, he remembered that the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed when they went to the lower realms of gods. There should be no mistake. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him in confusion. Don't tell me you think you're the only one who came from the Devata realm? Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Jin Pingfan in surprise. Elder Yi, why you're from the Devata realm as well? Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. To be precise, I'm from the mundane realm. Mundane realm. Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Duan Lingtian was filled with respect. As someone who came from the mundane realm, it was not easy for him to reach where he was today. And this person in front of him, who had walked out from the mundane plane, was already an emperor god expert. Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the mundane realm as well, right? Yi Qinfeng asked with a smile. Why do you think so, Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, I've seen the scryer recording of you killing the 2 intermediate god emperors in the Tianlong clan. Although you didn't attack much at that time, your calmness shows that even if you're not a veteran, you're very experienced in battle. You're so experienced that even ordinary god emperors can't compare to you. That's why I'm guessing you're from the mundane realm as well. Yi Qinfeng said, Yes, I'm from the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Saint Realm and the Yanhuang realm are both considered my hometowns. The reason why he mentioned his hometowns was that Duan Lingtian thought that if Elder Yi was also from one of the 2 mundane realms, he might be able to take care of him in the future. I didn't expect you to be from the Yanhuang realm. Yi Qinfeng said in surprise. It said that our Chunyang school's ancestor came from the Yanhuang realm. At this time, even Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian and their Chunyang school's ancestor came from the same mundane realm. Our Chunyang school's ancestor is surnamed Lu? Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly, and then he asked subconsciously, Yes, his surname is Lu. Yi Qinfeng nodded, and then said in surprise, Could it be that you've heard of our Chunyang school's ancestor? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, In one of my hometowns, the Yanhuang realm, there's a legendary figure there. His Taoist title is Pure Sun, and his name is Lu Dongbin. That's our ancestor. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and then he sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect that the genius that our Chunyang school recently accepted is from our ancestors' homeworld. Moreover, it might affect the upcoming 7 prefectures banquet. Could it be that our ancestors are protecting our Pure Sun sect from the unseen world? When Zhen Yunfeng said this, even Zhen Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. During this process, the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the 2 Void Pure Stage elders of the Chunyang school became closer. After receiving confirmation, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He did not expect his speculation to come true. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like many of the figures in the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life were real. He had heard and seen many of them since he was in the Devata realms. After a long while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked, Elder, do you plan to send a clone with me, or do you plan to go with me? Chapter 39:57. Should he send his avatar or his true self? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Yi Qinfeng had his reasons. If his avatar went, he would either bring his high-grade divine sword with him and use Mi Xian to nourish the sword soul in the lower realm, or find a way to bring Mi Xian back to the Chunyang school. Regardless, his avatar would have to return to the Chunyang school. If his true self went, it would be the same. Moreover, it would be safer on the way back to the Chunyang school. As for the Chunyang school, he could leave his avatar behind. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about the difficulty of Yi Qinfeng returning to the mystic gangland using the space-piercing divine shuttle. With Yi Qinfeng's strength, even if he went to another realm of gods using the space-piercing divine shuttle, he would still be able to return to the mystic gangland and the Chunyang school. Previously, when he was in the Linghu family, he learned from Linghu Renj that Linghu Renfeng, the god emperor, had returned to the mystic gangland from the divine offering land through a realm battlefield. The realm battlefield in the mystic gangland was not formed by a collision with the divine offering land, so it was impossible to go from the divine offering land to the mystic gangland through the realm battlefield. However, there was a spatial connection between the realm battlefields. Space was a very mysterious thing. The various planar battlefields were actually separated by a very long distance, but there was a connection between them that was similar to teleportation. One could go through one planar battlefield and enter another planar battlefield. It was not difficult to enter the realm of gods. Any god emperor could do it. However, if one wanted to go to the other realm of gods through the realm battlefield, one would have to rely on luck. If one was unlucky, it would take a lot of effort. This was because one would only know which realm of gods it was connected to after arriving at the other realm battlefield. One would have to ask someone in the other realm battlefield to find out. Duan Lingtian only knew this from Linghu Renjie. Of course, my true self will go. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "Sending a clone is not very safe. I am also worried. Even if I were to go, under extremely bad luck, I would be able to make it back before the feast of the 7 prefectures." Yi Qinfeng said, "You can't be careless." At this time, Zhen Yinfeng looked at Yi Qinfeng and said, "There's no lack of upper god emperors and hierarch realm existences in the various battlefields. If you encounter them, be humble and tell them where you come from. Killing you won't give you any military merits. I'm sure they won't hold it against you." Hearing this, Yi Qinfeng could not help but smile bitterly. "Senior brother Jin, you don't need to remind me of this. I am not a child. I haven't lived long enough. Don't forget the last tribulation thunder of my last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was still destroyed by my sword finger. I didn't even use my divine sword." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Zhen Yunfeng's face froze. Then he cursed, "Get lost. Stop showing off your age and strength in front of me." Zhan Pingfan, who was at the side, saw Duan Lingtian looking at his father, Zhen Yunfeng, and his martial uncle Yi Qinfeng in astonishment. He could not help but explain through telepathy with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, this martial uncle Yi of mine, is actually younger than me. He is also recognized as the #1 genius of the Chunyang school in the past 100,000 years. During the feast of the 7 prefectures, if you can fight your way into the top 10, the Chunyang school will be able to get 2 spots that have the potential to advance to the upper god emperor realm. One of the spots will be reserved for martial uncle Yi. As for the other spot, it will require the other Void Peer Stage elders to discuss and even compete for it." As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was naturally shocked again. This elder Yi, who came from the mundane world just like him, was actually such a genius. Since one of the 2 spots was reserved for him, it meant that the other Void Peer Stage elders did not have any objections. It was obvious that his level of genius had definitely been recognized by the other Void Peer Stage elders. "Elder Yi, when do you plan to depart?" Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked. "I need to find 2 void-piercing divine shuttles first," Yi Qinfeng said while shaking his head. Previously, I rarely return to the lower planes when the planar battlefield is open. Besides, I can get void-piercing divine shuttles everywhere. Therefore, I didn't store them. Otherwise, if I store more of them, I might not even need to go through the planar battlefield to come back. Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning of Yi Qinfeng's words. What he meant was that if he had enough void-piercing divine shuttles, he could use one to return to the lower planes and the other to return to the planes of gods. The former and latter were both indiscriminate teleportation. Under such circumstances, if he had enough void-piercing divine shuttles, he could use the void-piercing divine shuttles to return to the lower planes after teleporting to the other planes of gods. Then he could use the void-piercing divine shuttles to return to the lower planes and teleport to the planes of gods again. This cycle would repeat endlessly. It would continue until he was lucky enough to return to the profound Handelland. After all, there were only a dozen or so planes of gods. There would always be a time when he was lucky. Of course, he needed enough void-piercing divine shuttles to do this. Elder Yi, if you don't have any void-piercing divine shuttles, I have a few for you. I'll give you one when the time comes. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Qinfeng with a smile. Although Yi Qinfeng was planning to follow him back to the lower planes to nurture the soul of his divine sword, he had to deal with Mi Xian first before he could do that. Previously, when he sent his clone back, he could not do anything to Mi Xian. However, with Yi Qinfeng, a medium god emperor, following him back, dealing with Mi Xian would be a piece of cake. I'm really curious. I wonder what Mi Xian's expression will be if he sees me bringing a god emperor to him. It will definitely be interesting. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile. All right, Yi Qinfeng replied. At the same time, he took out a soul orb and exchanged it with Duan Lingtian. When you depart, just send me a message. Also, if you encounter any problems in the Chunyang school in the future, as long as you're not in the wrong, just let me know and I'll solve them for you. Yi Qinfeng said, if the matter has nothing to do with those old fellows, even if you're in the wrong, I can still solve it for you. Although Yi Qinfeng's words were irresponsible and did not seem to be able to distinguish right from wrong, he dared to say this mainly because he knew Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would make things difficult for him. Moreover, the Chunyang school had investigated Duan Lingtian, and he knew the results of the investigation. Because of this, he knew Duan Lingtian's character in the profound Handelland very well. If it were a reckless and brainless troublemaker, even if the other party could nurture his divine sword soul, he would definitely not make such a promise. Thank you, Elder Yi. Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Duan Lingtian knew he would have another backer in the Chunyang school from today onward. If you're free, you can also visit the Hidden Sword Progeny. Most of the people in the Hidden Sword Progeny are from the Devata realms. Yi Qinfeng continued to say, you're also a non-native who came to the realms of gods from a lower secondary realm. I'm sure you'll have many things to talk about. I'll definitely visit you in the future. Duan Lingtian hurriedly replied. He would definitely visit the Hidden Sword Progeny in the future. Who knew? If he went to the Hidden Sword lineage, he might be able to gain a few more backers. According to what he knew, the Hidden Sword lineage also had two other God Emperor powerhouses, and they were both the pure Sun Sect's elders Jingshu. A month later, Duan Lingtian's clone that had comprehended the law of space and Yi Qinfeng set off at almost the same time. However, due to the fact that only one person could enter the space-piercing divine shuttle at a time, the space-piercing divine shuttle would collapse if two people entered the space-piercing divine shuttle at once. Their next destination was also completely different. Elder Yi, let's meet at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since Duan Lingtian knew they would meet at different places, he had informed Yi Qinfeng beforehand that they would meet at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There were only 81 Devata realms in the world. It was not difficult to find the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was not difficult to find the heavenly palace of the solitary, destructive heaven as well. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded before he activated the space-piercing divine shuttle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened a space-piercing divine shuttle and entered the heavenly palace of the solitary, destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the duo disappeared from the Chunyang School's estate. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's clone that had left was only his clone. His main body remained in the Chunyang School. As for Yi Qinfeng, it was the exact opposite. His true body had left while his clone remained in the Pure Sun sect, in the undead world. Among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, the undead world had the most souls. Due to the fact that it was not particularly dangerous, many powerhouses from the Devata realms would come here to capture souls and turn them into weapon spirits for their prominent celestial weapons. For this reason, powerhouses from the Devata realms were often attracted to the undead world. Naturally, many powerhouses from the Devata realms were unlucky enough to encounter the powerhouses from the undead world and were trapped in the undead world forever. After all, the undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Although the undead world was not as dangerous as the Azura Hell, it was still filled with unknown dangers. At this moment, in the depths of the undead world, where powerhouses from the Devata realms did not dare to enter, there was a series of bloody mountains that were connected in a complicated manner. When looked at from afar in the sky, this expanse of Blood Mountain was like a mountain range that had been casually created by the Creator. There was no pattern to it, and it was randomly distributed everywhere. However, there was a large group of people gathered in this place. They were the rare beings in the undead world who possessed fleshly bodies. Most of these beings were similar to humans. However, their skin color, body shape, and some of their features were slightly different. Some of them even resembled the aliens in the Earthlings' fantasies. In the belly of a relatively large blood mountain, in a huge cave, a magnificent palace was crouching there like a giant beast. At this moment, in a quiet room in the palace, a handsome young man was sitting, cross-legged. He was muttering to himself in a strange tone. He muttered to himself, "Feng Qingyang, you should know that if this continues, it won't do any good to me." Chapter 3958. Humph. As soon as the handsome young man finished muttering to himself, his expression changed. It was no longer sinister. Instead, his expression became more natural. However, as his expression returned to normal, the handsome young man suddenly let out a cold snort. Then let's continue to waste time. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, a sinister expression appeared on his face. "Feng Qingyang, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I didn't notice your soul is still growing stronger? You're thinking of breaking free from me after you've broken through to the Divine Emperor stage, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he chuckled. "If that's what you think, then you're really too naive. Do you think you'll be able to break through and become a Divine Emperor? I'm sure you've sensed it in the past 2 months. Your soul that's close to breaking through to the Divine Emperor stage can no longer grow stronger, right? Perhaps you think your soul has reached a bottleneck, but is that really the case?" The handsome young man's originally evil face now had a sinister smile. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't match his handsome face at all. It gave people a feeling that it was a waste for such a soul to stay in such a good body. "You're the one who did this?" the handsome young man asked in a low voice after his expression returned to normal. At this moment, the 2 people talking to each other were none other than Feng Qingyang and Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who had taken over Feng Qingyang's body but did not fully control it. Previously, Mi Xian had entered Feng Qingyang's body in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although he could have killed Feng Qingyang by paying a certain price, he did not do so. This was because he was interested in the fortuitous encounter Feng Qingyang had in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian was certain there was something good in the Azura Hell. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was able to come out of the Azura Hell unscathed every time. This meant he had a way to survive in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian was very curious about Feng Qingyang's secret. Of course, he wanted to know if Feng Qingyang's secret would be of any help to him. In other words, he wanted to see if he could seize this fortune of Feng Qingyang's. A low divine king had become a high divine king in just a few decades. Moreover, he was very close to becoming a divine emperor. Naturally, he wouldn't believe that there wasn't a huge secret behind this. Not bad. Mi Xian indifferently said, 2 months ago, I had someone set up a soul sealing array to envelop the area we are currently in. You should know that this is the netherworld. What exists here are mainly spiritual life forms. Looking at the entire world, I'm afraid there's no place that understands the soul better than the life forms here. You, Feng Qingyang, want to play with souls in front of me, Mi Xian? You're still too young. Don't forget that I'm not just a member of the dead spirit race, but also the former patriarch of the dead spirit race. Mi Xian's face was filled with disdain and mockery as he spoke. This time, Feng Qingyang didn't respond to Mi Xian. However, Mi Xian clearly didn't intend to give up so easily. Feng Qingyang, I'll give you 1 more year. If you still don't cooperate after a year, don't blame me for being merciless. After I kill you, I'll take control of your body, disguise myself as you, and kill all of your subordinates. Even your disciple, Duan Lingtian, may not be able to see through my disguise. Who knows? I might even be able to kill him. Don't doubt it. I've become very familiar with your soul in this period of time. I can imitate the aura of your soul. Almost as soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, his originally eerie face suddenly became calm and gentle. His eyes also became incomparably calm. In the blink of an eye, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. How is it? Does it look like me? With a faint smile on his face, Mi Xian's voice was sharp at the beginning, but the latter half of his words completely transformed into Feng Qingyang's voice. Mi Xian, if I fight you to the death now, even if you don't die, you'll definitely be crippled. Inside his body, Feng Qingyang's soul emitted waves of cold aura. If this was when I had just returned to the netherworld, perhaps. But now, if you really want to die, I'll only be lightly injured at most. Half a year ago, my subordinates gave me this thing in the spatial ring. Mi Xian's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, a faint halo appeared around his soul. At first glance, it looked like a shield. The shield was light gold and surrounded by a halo of light. There were talismans, characters, and many complicated diagrams mixed together and constantly rotating. A soul defensive divine artifact. Feng Qingyang's voice sounding somewhat unwilling and cold. Not bad. At least you have some knowledge. Mi Xian sneered. Feng Qingyang, remember, I'll only give you 1 year. Think about it carefully for the next year. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, you won't just be making a mistake for yourself, your subordinates, and even your disciple, Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that had happened in the netherworld. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still cultivating in the Chunyang school in Tanglung province in the Xiangang land. Of course, this was his true body. As for his spatial law clone, he had once again used the space-piercing divine shuttle to cross the void and space and arrive at a lower plane. This time he appeared in a mundane plane. In this world, the number of mundane planes exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. They could be described as endless. This time, Duan Lingtian arrived in a mundane plane that was completely unfamiliar to him. However, it was very similar to a mundane plane he had come into contact with before. Yan Huang Plane. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the boundless starry sky, Duan Lingtian stepped out of a spatial rift that appeared out of thin air. At the same time, cannonballs whistled in the air as they crossed the starry sky and arrived at the other end. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw a huge body that resembled an astral behemoth hovering in the starry sky not far away. This body was somewhat similar to some of the unpopular warships that Duan Lingtian had encountered in Yanhuang Plain, but it was more terrifying. Boom! Rumble! When the cannonballs landed on the planet in front of him, the entire planet shook violently. Smoke and dust rose into the air. At first, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the next instant, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that there was almost no life on the planet. The reason he said almost no life was because there was only one person on the planet. That person was constantly dodging the cannonballs that were locked onto him. One person attracted a warship. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. He did not intend to meddle in this matter. He narrowed his eyes and extended his divine consciousness to search for the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. As long as he could find the weak point, he would be able to break through the barrier and enter the mundane realm. Just as Duan Lingtian was scanning the area with his divine consciousness, a signal that resembled an ultrasonic wave swept across the starry sky and landed on Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, a commotion broke out in the warship. Reporting, there's an unidentified human in front. Reporting, the other party traveled through the starry sky with his physical body. It's obvious he's a super powerhouse as well. Could he be a helper of that person? Reporting, should we attack him? Soon after, a tall figure appeared in the cockpit of the warship. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. His short, dark red hair was spiky, and he looked extremely resolute. Turn on the loudspeaker. I want to talk to him. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned on the warship's loudspeaker. Then he said, "The purple-clad man in front, if you're not a helper of our target, please retreat 10 miles away. Otherwise, we'll treat you as a helper of that person and kill you as well." Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words. However, he was not bothered by it. He had no intention of leaving since he was still searching for the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Soon after, the commander of the battleship saw Duan Lingtian's indifference and finally fired a few cannonballs at him. The cannonballs were like meteors as they locked onto Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! However, when the cannonballs exploded and the dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The purple-clad young man stood there unscathed. Not even a crease could be seen on his robe. As for the explosive force of the cannonballs, they were blocked by the spatial storm in front of him. It was like a spatial wall that blocked all the attacks from the warship. For a moment, silence filled the cockpit of the warship. More than a dozen people looked at the monster-like figure outside the cabin's mirror. Some of them sucked in a breath of cold air, and some of them swallowed hard. "Sir Commander, should we launch another attack?" One of the people controlling the warship asked in a low voice. Smack! In the next moment, the middle-aged man slapped him on the head. "I'll kill anyone who dares to act rashly." At the same time, the middle-aged man said through the loudspeaker, "Sir, we've misunderstood you. We're willing to compensate you." "Please," however, before he could finish speaking, he saw the purple-clad figure had vanished into thin air like a ghost. The people in the cockpit were stunned. Where did he go? Is he a human or a ghost? Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not bother with the people from the mundane realms. Even if the attacks landed on him, they would not be able to harm him at all. However, his robe would be affected since it was a real robe and not one formed from divine energy. Compared to a robe formed from divine energy, Duan Lingtian preferred to wear a real robe. It was made of cotton and was very comfortable. Chapter 3959. Naturally, the Duan Lingtian who had come to the mundane realm was only a law clone. However, before the law clone left, Duan Lingtian had dressed it in a real robe with just a thought. Naturally, the robe could not be connected to the body of his law clone. However, since his law clone was destined to stay in the lower realms, there was no need for him to worry about that. "I finally found it," Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness for a while before he finally found the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Then he broke through the barrier and traveled to the nearby Devata realm. Duan Lingtian had been to this Devata realm in the past. Back then, he had traveled to almost all the Devata realms in search of his family. He had only missed a few Devata realms. Another small place. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he discovered his law clone had returned to a remote place in the Devata realm. There was no transportation formation in this remote place at all. It seems like it'll take some time before I can reach the transportation formation in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly as he made his way to a more prosperous place with a transportation formation in the Devata realm. While Duan Lingtian was searching for a Devata realm transportation formation to head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a voice suddenly rang out. However, someone had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven ahead of him. Compared to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven that had been reduced to rubble, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been refurbished. Whether it was the landmark buildings or the entrance, everything had been restored. This was done under the supervision of the elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Swoosh! Outside the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, 2 elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven who were guarding the entrance suddenly saw a figure in front of them. It was a young man dressed in a long, golden robe. The young man had sharp eyebrows and was as handsome as jade. He had a graceful bearing. He looked in the direction of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After a while he muttered to himself, "It seems like Duan Lingtian hasn't arrived yet. In that case, I'll wait for him here." The young man sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Upon seeing this, the 2 elders who were guarding the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven frowned. "Who's that? Why is he meditating outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? What's he doing here? Is he looking for someone? Is he waiting for someone? I don't know. Let's wait and see." The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven did not to interfere with the young man Lingtian's zest. Perhaps he was looking for someone. However, as time passed, more than an hour had passed, and they saw that no one had come out to meet the golden-robed young man. They immediately felt even more strange. He is not looking to look for someone to search heavenly to medto Lingtian to medto the heavens to be heavens twos. Heavenly heavens as the heave? He heaven be to waits. A moment later, one of the elders on duty flew out and was about to approach the golden-robed young man to warn him to leave. However, the moment he moved, the golden-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes. With just an indifferent glance, he caused the elder on duty to instantly stop. At the same time, he felt his entire body being pressured by an invisible force, causing him to almost suffocate. At the same time, he discovered that the celestial origin energy in his body had been completely suppressed. He could not use it at all. It was even to the extent that the reason he was able to remain in midair was all thanks to the invisible energy that had been extended by his opponent. Otherwise, he who couldn't utilize his celestial origin energy would have fallen from the sky a long time ago. "Lord Meng Luo, I've been attacked outside the mountain gate. Help!" The elder who was on duty immediately sent a message to the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He was one of Meng Luo's admirers. Previously, he had rushed to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after hearing that Meng Luo was personally taking charge of the recruitment. At this moment, the other elder on duty in front of the mountain gate also discovered that something was amiss. What's going on? This guy, why is he frozen in the void? In just a blink of an eye, a figure with a majestic aura shot out of the mountain gate like a cannonball and appeared outside the mountain gate in just a blink of an eye. When the elder on duty saw this person, his eyes lit up immediately. Then he hurriedly bowed respectfully at the newcomer. "Greetings, Lord Meng Luo." The newcomer was none other than Meng Luo. Meng Luo stood outside Mountain Gate and looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged in the distance. In the beginning he only frowned slightly. However, his expression soon turned solemn. The young man's surroundings seemed to have turned into a forbidden zone. His divine consciousness could not get close to the young man at all. "Sir, who are you? Why have you come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Luo asked politely. Although he did not know if the young man was using the formation disc or if the young man was using the formation, he still asked politely. At the same time, the young man raised his hand and tossed the elder on duty in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Meng Luo like a piece of trash. When the elder on duty discovered he could control his celestial origin energy, he hastily bowed at Meng Luo and said, "Lord Meng Luo, I'm sorry for troubling you." Meng Luo nodded slightly at the elder. "You may leave for now." After the person in front of him left, Meng Luo once again looked at the golden figure not far away. He felt slightly uneasy. At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of bitterness in his heart. Initially, he thought he was quite strong and that there were not many people who were stronger than him in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect a powerhouse whom even the heavenly emperor whom he respected the most could not do anything to would appear. Then the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven showed up and displayed strength that was even stronger than the heavenly emperor. After all, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was not as strong as him in the past. In less than 100 years, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven had grown so strong that he could kill him with just a sneeze. Now that the golden-clad young man had appeared out of nowhere, not only was he unable to see through the young man, but he also felt an inexplicable pressure. He was certain the young man was not pressuring him. However, he still felt an inexplicable pressure when facing the young man. He did not know if it was just his mind playing tricks on him. "I mean you no harm." The golden-clad young man remained seated with his legs crossed. His expression remained unchanged as he looked at Meng Luo indifferently and said lazily, "I'm here to wait for someone." "That person will leave when he arrives," the young man replied. "Are you waiting for someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Luo asked. He thought the young man was here to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was already wondering how he should answer if the young man asked about the heavenly emperor's whereabouts. "I don't know." The golden-clad young man shook his head. A slight frown appeared on Meng Luo's face when the young man spoke again. "His name is Duan Lingtian. Do you know him?" Duan Lingtian. Meng Luo was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then he sighed in relief. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "So you're a friend of the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. Did you arrange to meet the young master of the solitary destructive heaven here?" It was as though Meng Luo had changed into a different person. He was much friendlier now. Upon seeing this, the elder from the heavenly palace who worshipped Meng Luo was shocked. He did not expect the usually cold, heavenly savage, celestial emperor to have such a side to him. "Duan Lingtian is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven?" The golden-clad young man was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He rose to his feet and shook his head as he said, "That brat didn't tell me this. If I knew he's the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, I would have gone in and asked for a cup of tea instead of waiting here. However, no matter how slow he is, he should have arrived by now." As soon as the golden-clad young man finished speaking, swoosh! A figure appeared in the distance with just a few teleportations. "He's here." The golden-clad young man smiled faintly as he looked in the direction of the figure. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as well. "Greetings, young master of the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Luo bowed respectfully when he saw Duan Lingtian. Even the two elders from the heavenly palace, who were on duty at the entrance of the solitary destructive heaven, quickly followed suit and bowed as well. Greetings, young master of the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Luo, you're here as well. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Meng Luo. I heard there's a guest, so I came out to welcome him, Meng Luo said awkwardly as he looked at the golden-clad young man. Earlier, he had come in a hurry. If he did not know the golden-clad young man was not to be trifled with, he would have attacked him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-clad young man and smiled apologetically. Elder Yi, I appeared in a mundane realm. After I arrived in the Devata realm, I arrived at a small place that's quite far from the transportation formation. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Meng Luo was confused by Duan Lingtian's polite words. It seemed like the golden-clad young man was even more extraordinary than the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was a divine emperor. Who was this golden-clad young man whom he addressed as Elder Yi? It's all right, I've only waited for a short while. The golden-clad young man was none other than Yi Qinfeng, a void pure stage elder from the Pure Sun sect who had returned with Duan Lingtian from the Mystic Star Land. He smiled indifferently as he said, However, you didn't tell me you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the host, shouldn't you brew a pot of tea for a guest who has come from afar? Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. Chapter 3960. Meng Luo was stunned when he entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the two figures in front of him. His heart was filled with shock and awe. Earlier, his young hall master had introduced him to the golden-robed young man, and he had also introduced the golden-robed young man to him. The golden-clad young man was a void pure stage elder from the Chunyang school. He had no idea who the golden-clad young man was. However, he instinctively assumed the golden-clad young man was from a hidden force in a Devata realm. Moreover, he was certain the golden-clad young man had a high status. However, when his young palace master, Duan Lingtian, told him through voice transmission what kind of force the Pure Sun sect was, and what the other party's cultivation base was, he was shocked. The Chunyang school was a god-emperor force in a realm of gods with many god-emperors. Moreover, the golden-clad young man was a god-emperor. Although Meng Luo had never been to a realm of gods, he had heard about the god-emperors from his heavenly emperor, Feng Qingyang. Even in a realm of gods, god-emperors were considered top-notch powerhouses. Naturally, celestial emperors from the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength restricted in the lower realms of the realms of gods. For example, the person who had hunted his heavenly emperor down in the realm of gods had said that he could kill his heavenly emperor with just a breath if his strength was not restricted. However, even if his strength was restricted, his heavenly emperor was still no match for him. In the end, his heavenly emperor was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Initially, Meng Luo had thought his heavenly emperor was doomed. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would return in the end. However, it did not affect his understanding of how terrifying the experts in the realm of gods were. If their strength was restricted, how terrifying would they be if their strength was not restricted? According to the young palace master, this elder, Yi isn't a native of the realms of gods. In other words, his strength as a god emperor won't be restricted when he leaves the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian said. This is an existence much stronger than the young palace master. Right now, Meng Luo was completely frightened by Yi Qinfeng's strength and was somewhat distracted. Duan Lingtian brought Yi Qinfeng to the place where he used to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins and had to be rebuilt, Hua Lao had personally overseen the restoration of the place. Young palace master. Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao chatted in the courtyard while Meng Luo stood guard outside. Not long after, Hualao appeared, wearing a fiery red robe. Hualao, of course. It was Meng Luo who greeted him. As for the others, he didn't call them over. Even if the higher-ups of the Heavenly Emperor Palace noticed Duan Lingtian's return, they were dismissed by him. He didn't want them to disturb the young palace master and the divine emperor. Hualao. Duan Lingtian rose to his feet when he saw Hualao. With a smile on his face, he introduced Hualao to Yi Qinfeng. Duan Lingtian had always treated Hualao as a senior. Even if Yi Qinfeng addressed himself as a servant, Duan Lingtian had never treated him as such. Back in the mundane realm, Hualao and the 7 treasures, Jewel Pagoda, had saved his life countless times. Duan Lingtian had survived countless dangers with the help of the 7 treasures, Jewel Pagoda, and Hualao. Hualao, Senior Meng Luo, please carry on with your work. Elder Yi and I will stay here for a while before we leave. Duan Lingtian said to Elder Hua and Meng Luo, also, the reason Elder Yi followed me here is to enter the Netherworld and rescue Master. I'm sure it won't be long before you can see Master again. Upon seeing Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian was relieved to know that his master, Feng Qingyang, was still alive. It was fine as long as he was alive. His mere clone might not be able to do anything to Mi Xian. However, Yi Qinfeng, who had followed him back from the profound Handle Land, was his original body and a god emperor. How strong was a god emperor's soul power? At least, Duan Lingtian knew that his original body's soul power was not even 1/100th of Yi Qinfeng's soul power. The safety of Feng Qingyang, the Lord Heavenly Emperor, was undoubtedly a worry for Meng Luo and Hualao. When they found out that Yi Qinfeng was a god emperor, they wondered if he was a helper that their young palace master had found to go to the Netherworld to rescue their Lord Heavenly Emperor. Now that their young palace master had confirmed it, they were overjoyed. Before leaving, they all bowed and expressed their gratitude to Yi Qinfeng. After the 2 left, Yi Qinfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "The 2 of them are loyal to your master." Duan Lingtian nodded. Senior Meng Luo has been with Master since a long time ago. He's a loyal follower. As for Elder Hua, although he hasn't been with Master for a long time, it was Master who gave him a new life. Therefore, he also sees Master as his savior. He feels that serving Master is the same as repaying the favor. Duan Lingtian said, "Both are rare." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "When do we leave?" "Any time." Duan Lingtian said, "However, I'm not familiar with the Netherworld and don't know how to get there. I have to do some homework first." "You don't have to do any homework." Yi Qinfeng smiled. "I've been to the Netherworld once before I became a god. I know how to get there. Now, what you have to do is to see if you can find out where your master is in the Netherworld. Or rather, how to find that dead spirit clansman in the Netherworld. The Netherworld is not small. Going there to find someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yi Qinfeng shook his head as he spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. "Then we can only try and see if we can find any clues about where he is in the Netherworld." At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly regretted killing Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Since Wu Hongqing was able to ask Mi Xian to deal with his master after his master, Feng Qingyang, returned, it meant that Wu Hongqing might know where Mi Xian was in the Netherworld. Of course, it was also possible that Wu Hongqing didn't know and was only communicating through soul orbs. "Elder Yi, please stay here for a while. I'll go and ask around." After bidding farewell to Yi Qinfeng, Duan Lingtian left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then he teleported to the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven through a nearby transportation formation. The current Hall Master of the solitary destructive heavens branch was a new Hall Master. Moreover, he was a close confidant of Zhuang Tianheng, the current Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. Zhuang Tianheng had appointed Duan Lingtian as the hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch because he was worried that someone would offend Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Zhuang Tianheng could order his close confidants to treat Duan Lingtian with respect. After all, Zhuang Tianheng had the support of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had killed Wu Hongqing and made Zhuang Tianheng the hall master of the main temple. Young master. At this time, Duan Lingtian was led by the hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch of the title temple to the title temple's main temple through a transportation formation. Zhuang Tianheng had long since familiarized himself with his new identity. His attitude was much more dignified than before. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he bowed humbly and asked, "My lord, is there anything I can help you with?" Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he asked, "Is there anyone in the title temple who was close to Wu Hongqing in the past?" Although Zhuang Tianheng did not know why Duan Lingtian asked such a question, he smiled wryly and said, "That's all. Those who were close to Wu Hongqing were all killed by you, Lord. I've also killed the rest." "My lord, do you need them for something?" Zhuang Tianheng asked. "I don't really need them." Although Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed, he did not show it on his face. After obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Zhuang Tianheng, he decided to leave. Previously, before he parted ways with Zhuang Tianheng, he had instructed Zhuang Tianheng to continue collecting cultivation resources that were useful to his family. After so many years, he had accumulated quite a number of cultivation resources. "If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to contact Elder Hua of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I've already exchanged soul pearls with both of you. If there's anything I can do for you, I can help you," Duan Lingtian said to Zhuang Tianheng before he left. Although Duan Lingtian knew Zhuang Tianheng would not dare to disobey him, he felt it was better to give Zhuang Tianheng some benefits if he wanted Zhuang Tianheng to work for him. "Yes, my lord." As expected, when Zhuang Tianheng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded respectfully with a smile on his face. Then he watched as Duan Lingtian left. "Safe journey, my lord." After leaving the title temple, Duan Lingtian returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After meeting up with Yi Qinfeng, he said, "Elder Yi, I'm afraid we've run out of leads. However, I have an idea that might work." Duan Lingtian said to Yi Qinfeng. "What is it?" Yi Qinfeng asked curiously. "Luring the snake out of its hole." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said bluntly, "Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Yi to bring me to the netherworld. I want to send a message there." "All right." At this moment, Yi Qinfeng knew he could only rely on Duan Lingtian to capture the Nether Spirit Clansman. If he relied on himself, he would be able to find the Nether Spirit Clansman after spending some time. However, the process of finding the Nether Spirit Clansman was like searching for a needle in a haystack to him. If he had a choice, he would not want to search for the dead Spirit Clansman in the Netherworld. Moreover, who knew if the Nether Spirit Clansman would kill Duan Lingtian's master while he was searching for Duan Lingtian's master? Then he would switch to another body and continue to live on. If the dead Spirit Clansman concealed his identity, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 3961. The Netherworld also existed in an independent dimension. The way to go there was similar to going to the Azura Hell. Back then, it was Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, who had brought him to the Azura Hell. Today, it was Yi Qinfeng who had brought him to the Netherworld. After entering the Netherworld, Duan Lingtian finally understood why it was said that the Netherworld was not that dangerous. The moment they entered the Netherworld, it was peaceful, no different from the outside world. Although they could occasionally see some spiritual life forms, these spiritual life forms were obviously very timid. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Yi Qinfeng from afar, they all avoided them. "I didn't expect the Netherworld to be so peaceful." Duan Lingtian sighed. "The periphery is like this. Yi Qinfeng smiled. When you enter the netherworld, you will be in the periphery. Moreover, at different times after entering the netherworld, you will appear in different places in the periphery. Unless you enter at the same time, like you and me. Back then, before Yi Qinfeng had become a god, he had entered the netherworld to capture spiritual life forms that could serve as the weapon spirits of high-grade divine weapons for his family. After so many years, coming here again, he was rather emotional. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he finished what he had to do next in a short time. After that, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Qinfeng, Senior, I'm not sure if my plan will work. I feel that we can wander around the netherworld for a while and gather some information. Yes, Yi Qinfeng had no objections. Although he was looking forward to this trip, he knew there was no such thing as absolute certainty. Even if Duan Lingtian could bring him to the Nether Spirit Clan's clansmen, who knew if the Nether Spirit Clan's clansmen would be killed first? Nothing was absolute. Therefore, although he was looking forward to it, he still maintained a calm heart. For the rest of the trip, Duan Lingtian began to ask around for the old site of the Dead Spirit Clan. After a few days, he successfully found the old site of the Dead Spirit Clan. The former encampment of the Dead Spirit Clan had long been reduced to ruins. Not even a blade of grass grew. Furthermore, as a race of spiritual life forms, there were no exquisite buildings to begin with. Even if they were standing on top of the ruins, they could imagine that even if they weren't in ruins, they wouldn't be much better. Duan Lingtian, I have an idea. Yi Qinfeng suddenly said. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Qinfeng in confusion. I feel that instead of searching for clues here, why don't we find the powerful races nearby and ask them if they have any clues about the Dead Spirit race clansmen? The birth of a godly emperor realm Dead Spirit clansman. As long as he doesn't intend to hide from the world, the other clans will have some news about him. Yi Qinfeng expressed his thoughts. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately lit up at Yi Qinfeng's thought. At the same time, he smiled bitterly. I forgot. With Elder Yi, a god emperor powerhouse, there's no need to worry about those clans in the netherworld not giving you face. A god emperor expert, and a medium god emperor at that. Most importantly, he had come in person. Even if such an existence was not considered the strongest in the netherworld, it would definitely be considered as one of the more top-notch powerhouses. Not to mention others, just the Dead Spirit race. In the past, if Yi Qinfeng had come to the Dead Spirit race, he could have easily wiped them out by himself. Even those clans whose strongest experts were only godly emperors would find it difficult to stop Yi Qinfeng. You've been thinking of your own methods. It's normal that you've neglected me. Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly. Anyway, your method of luring the snake out of its hole is scheduled for many days later. During this time, let's try my method. Who knows, we might be able to find that person. Unless that person can keep his composure, he'll definitely leave behind some clues. In an ordinary place in the netherworld, the appearance of a godly emperor is no small matter. Yi Qinfeng actually knew more about the netherworld than Duan Lingtian. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Duan Lingtian naturally had no objections. Then we'll follow Elder Ye's method first. If we really can't find that Mixian, we'll go out and wait for him to walk right into our trap. The Silverhorn clan was one of the few clans in the netherworld that did not have souls. Moreover, this clan was not much different from humans. However, they were more like the primitive people on Earth. They were between apes and humans and looked somewhat uncivilized. In fact, their intelligence was no different from that of humans. In fact, because they spent most of their time in the netherworld and lived in the environment of the netherworld, their souls were stronger than those of humans of the same cultivation level. Most importantly, there was a special feature. This race also had a very obvious characteristic. They all had a single silver horn on their heads. The horn was extremely sharp and could be considered one of their weapons. If it was tempered to a high-grade immortal artifact, it was even stronger. This is the Silverhorn clan. It's said that they're a close relative of humans. They're the offspring of humans and immortal beasts. At this moment, Yi Qin-feng brought Duan Lingtian to the place where the Silverhorn clan resided. Within a huge valley among the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, Yi Qin-feng stood in the air and looked down at everything as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. The Silverhorn clan is scattered all over the netherworld. Most of them are branches. This Silverhorn clan should only be a branch. The strongest one is only a mid-level divine emperor. Yi Qin-feng said. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian and Yi Qin-feng were standing openly here, the Silverhorn clan members who were passing by did not seem to see them at all. This was, of course, Yi Qin-feng's method. Let's go. Let's go meet the strongest person of this branch of the Silverhorn clan. After calling out to Duan Lingtian, Yi Qin-feng led him out of the Silverhorn clan. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the depths of the Silverhorn clan's residence and entered a building that looked like a temple. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he realized that Yi Qin-feng had brought him into a huge room. Although the room was huge, the furnishings inside were very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a bed. At this moment, a very old Silverhorn clan member was sitting on the bed. This Silverhorn clan member was very different from the Silverhorn clan members outside. He was more like a human. Moreover, there was only a little silver horn left on his forehead. It seemed like it would disappear completely at any time. In the Silverhorn clan, the stronger the existence, the more they'll be like a human. When they reach the Emperor God realm, the silver horn on their forehead will disappear completely. At the same time, they'll look no different from a human. Yi Qin-feng said to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. All right, now that we've revealed ourselves, he should be awake by now. As soon as Yi Qin-feng finished his sentence, the concealment technique that was covering him and Duan Lingtian was instantly removed. Both of them were completely exposed. As soon as they were exposed, the Silverhorn clansmen on the bed sensed their auras. Horror dawned on him as soon as he opened his eyes. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Yuluo, his divine energy surged out of his body. In the next moment, he was extremely agitated. It was as though he was about to attack. Humph! However, as Yi Qin-feng snorted coldly, a strong, invisible energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, it crushed the divine energy on the Silverhorn clan member and suppressed his divine energy completely. In the next moment, the Silverhorn clan member's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, an old and terrified voice came from the depths of his throat. Emperor, Emperor God expert. You're quite observant, Yi Qin-feng said indifferently. At the same time, he withdrew his energy. It was as though he was no longer worried that the Silverhorn clan member before him would act rashly. As for the other party, he did not act rashly. To be precise, he did not dare to act rashly. The Silverhorn clan member took a deep breath. In the next moment, he got off the bed and bowed respectfully to Yi Qin-feng. Greetings, Master Emperor God. Yi Qin-feng nodded lightly. I have no ill intentions towards you or your Silverhorn clan. I'm here mainly to ask for your help. I want to see if you can help me find someone. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qin-feng raised his hand. A pill bottle appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the divine pill in the pill bottle whizzed out and floated in midair. It was a divine pill that was surrounded by purple lightning. It emitted an alluring pill fragrance. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian recognized the divine pill with just a glance. It was a divine pill that would not increase his cultivation level if he were to consume it now. Moreover, the one in Yi Qin-feng's hand was an ultimate divine pill. It was an ultimate emperor-level divine pill. This is... As for Qi Lu, when he saw the divine pill, his pupils shrank rapidly. Even his breathing became hurried. Ultimate purple lightning divine pill. Purple lightning divine pill was a divine pill that could help divine emperors cultivate. The higher the quality, the better the effect. An ultimate purple lightning divine pill was 10 times more effective than an ordinary purple lightning divine pill. Most importantly, no matter if it was an ultimate purple lightning divine pill or an ultimate purple lightning divine pill, after consuming 3 or more, it would no longer have any effect. At that time, one would develop a resistance to the medicinal effect. Part of the reason Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was able to advance so quickly was because he had consumed 3 extreme-grade violet electricity divine pills. Yes, he had personally refined them himself. Find that person, and this divine pill will be yours. Yi Qinfeng said. As soon as Yi Qinfeng said this, Qi Lu's eyes turned red. Master, who are you looking for? Not only can I find him myself, but I can also ask the Silverhorn clan for help. I can even ask the subordinate clans of the Silverhorn clan to help. Qi Lu was the high priest of the Silverhorn clan. He was also the strongest expert of this Silverhorn clan branch. Even the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan was only his disciple. Mi Xian of the Dead Spirit clan. Yi Qinfeng said, Mi Xian. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Qi Lu's pupils shrank. Then, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of his eyes. Master, you're looking for Mi Xian. You and Mi Xian? Qi Lu looked at Yi Qinfeng with a somewhat doubtful gaze. Seems like you know him. Yi Qinfeng looked deeply at Qi Lu. Do you know where he is? Chapter 3962. I don't know him. Qi Lu shook his head and said, but I've heard of him. This person is very ruthless. He used to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan. Like the previous patriarchs of the Dead Spirit clan, he kept a low profile until he left the Netherworld. He became a completely different person. After he was chased out of the Dead Spirit race, he returned to the clan a few times and devoured all the clansmen of the Dead Spirit race. During this period, the elders of the Dead Spirit race once went to invite the God Emperors who were on good terms with the ancestor of the Dead Spirit race. But when the God Emperors arrived, he ran away. Later, he entered the God Emperor realm and killed the God Emperors that the Dead Spirit clan had invited to deal with him. He even wiped out that clan. In our region, he has become a celebrity. It is said that he has now become a middle God Emperor. When Qi Lu mentioned Mi Xian, there was a hint of fear in his tone. Even though he was also a middle God Emperor, he was still wary of the ruthless who rose quickly. If possible, he really did not want to provoke such an existence. Do you know where he is now? Yi Qinfeng asked bluntly. I do. While Duan Lingtian and Yi Qinfeng were staring at Qi Lu nodded. After Mi Xian entered the Middle God Emperor realm, he occupied a piece of land and became the king of it. He gathered many non-soul life forms like us from the Netherworld and created a force called the Xianling Alliance. He even recruited a group of subordinates. His subordinates are also people who have committed all kinds of crimes in our area. They all go to him to seek his protection, medium-level divine emperors. In our area, high-level divine emperors and above don't come out. They can be considered as overlords. Qi Lu said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qi Lu's words. He did not expect to find Mi Xian's whereabouts so easily. To think that he had come up with a plan to lure the snake out of its hole out of worry. Now, it seemed that it would not be necessary. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Lu and asked again, Where is the Xianling Alliance? Do you know? I'm not too sure. However, my disciple, the current clan chief of the Silverhorn clan, should know about it. As soon as Qi Lu finished speaking, he added, I just sent a message to ask him. He knows. My lord, why are you looking for Mi Xian? Qi Lu asked. He didn't know if the person in front of him was Mi Xian's friend or foe. Even though it seemed more likely that the person in front of him was an enemy, Qi Lu still felt some fear in his heart. What? Are you afraid that he'll take revenge on you? This time, Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Lu as if he could see through Qi Lu's thoughts at a glance. Qi Lu smiled awkwardly. Although I'm not afraid of him, I'm inferior to someone who doesn't have a bottom line in all aspects. Who knows if he'll break through and become a higher god emperor if given some more time. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you're worried that he'll take revenge on you, there's no need for that. As long as he's targeted by us, he'll definitely die. This time, as long as the Silverhorn clan helps us find him, I'll give the Silverhorn clan 10 ultimate spiritualism divine pills. The ultimate spiritualism divine pill was an ultimate king grade divine pill. It was also a divine pill that assisted god emperors in their cultivation. Although in terms of value, it was inferior to the extreme purple electricity divine pill, which was an extreme emperor grade divine pill. The 10 of them added together were still more valuable than the extreme purple electricity divine pill. Moreover, the ultimate spiritualism divine pill's medicinal properties were relatively mild. Basically, one would only develop resistance after taking 5 pills. In this aspect, it was still stronger than the ultimate purple electricity divine pill. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Qinfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian. He had long heard that Duan Lingtian could refine ultimate king grade divine pills. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. A lower god emperor who can kill ordinary god emperors, less than 3,000 years old, and can refine ultimate king grade divine pills. Even those powerful hierarch forces might not have such a monstrous genius, right? If someone as young as Duan Lingtian had such a force, Yi Qinfeng would believe that some hierarch forces would have such a force. However, on this basis, coupled with the fact that he could refine ultimate king grade divine pills, Yi Qinfeng felt that it was unlikely that any hierarch forces in the current era would have such an existence. Many thanks, my lord. Qi Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Don't worry, my lord. I've already asked my disciple to come over. Once he's here, he and I will personally bring both of you to Mi Xian. As the saying went, money makes the world go round. In front of 10 ultimate king grade divine pills and 1 ultimate emperor grade divine pill, Qi Lu completely dispelled any thoughts of hesitation and fear. Moreover, this lord who was traveling with a god emperor expert had said that as long as they found Mi Xian would undoubtedly die. If it was just a god emperor or even a high-level god emperor, Qi Lu wouldn't dare to be 100% certain that they could kill Mi Xian. Mi Xian was too cunning. Even if a high-level god emperor was stronger than him, they might not be able to kill him. However, the person in front of him was different. A god emperor expert wanted to kill Mi Xian. So what if Mi Xian was cunning? With a single thought, Mi Xian would be suppressed. He had once been to the main clan of the Silverhorn clan and witnessed the methods of the god emperors of the Silverhorn clan. That was only a lower god emperor, but he could kill a few high god emperors like killing dogs. The other party didn't even have a chance to escape. Teacher. Soon, the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan arrived. He was a sturdy, single-horned ape-man. The single horn on his head seemed to be retracting, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. This is Lord God Emperor. With Qi Lu's introduction, the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan immediately bowed humbly at Yi Qinfeng. He did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian as he bowed respectfully and called out, Lord! Now bring us to profound spirit alliance and find that Mi Xian. Qi Lu looked at his disciple and said indifferently, Yes, teacher. Sirs, please come with me, Li Mu said. As the patriarch's voice fell, he led the way. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 immediately followed. With his disciple leading the way, Qi Lu naturally didn't dare to walk in front. He respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. During this process, he was also observing Duan Lingtian. A person with a god emperor expert was definitely not an ordinary person. Soon, he discovered that the other party was indeed extraordinary. Although he wasn't a God-Emperor expert, he was still a God-Emperor. Although he was only a lower God-Emperor, he still gave him a sense of danger. Profound Spirit Alliance was located within a Blood Mountain range. Looking from afar, it gave off a sinister and strange feeling when contrasted with the gloomy sky of the Netherworld. Lords, this is the encampment of Profound Spirit Alliance. If we continue to go deeper, we might be discovered. That Mi Xian recruited an extremely famous array master in our area. Anyone below the God Emperor level who intrudes into his array will be discovered by him immediately. Mi Xian values him greatly and appointed him as the only Vice Alliance Master of Profound Spirit Alliance. His position is only below one person and above all others. Of course, Profound Spirit Alliance doesn't have that many people, at most a few hundred. The patriarch of the Silverhorn clan stood outside the Blood Mountain range and respectfully said to Duan Lingtian and Yi Qinfeng. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Qinfeng. As for Yi Qinfeng, he had already extended his powerful consciousness the moment the other party finished speaking. In the blink of an eye, he had locked onto the entire Blood Mountain in front of him. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Elder Yi, you found it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A high God King's body with two souls. It should be correct. Yi Qinfeng smiled. Duan Lingtian's face was immediately filled with joy, but after a while he became somewhat worried. Elder Yi, I haven't asked you how you plan to deal with that Mi Xian. If possible, I hope you won't harm my master's body and soul. This was also Duan Lingtian's only concern. You don't need to worry about this. Yi Qinfeng was clearly in a very good mood. If I, Yi Qinfeng, failed to deal with the soul of a mere middle God Emperor, then I would have lived for almost 20,000 years in vain. The moment Yi Qinfeng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. This elder Yi was less than 20,000 years old? Even in the Tianlong clan, it was difficult to find a golden dragon elder younger than 40,000 years old. Although he knew Yi Qinfeng was young, he didn't expect him to be this young. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even the two men from the Silverhorn clan were dumbfounded. This God Emperor expert was less than 20,000 years old. One had to know that even the younger disciple, a lower-level Divine Emperor, was almost 30,000 years old. A God Emperor expert, less than 20,000 years old? Who is he? At this moment, the master and disciple of the Silverhorn clan saw the sincere shock in each other's eyes. At least in the Netherworld, they had never heard of a God Emperor expert, less than 20,000 years old. Whoosh! Yi Qinfeng raised his hand and a divine pill appeared. In the blink of an eye, it floated in front of the Silverhorn clan's high priest, allowing him to take it. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian also took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Qi Lu. After receiving the divine pill and the bottle, Qi Lu was overjoyed. He thanked Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian profusely. "Thank you so much! Thank you so much!" However, when he bowed and stood up, he found that the two people in front of him had already disappeared. "This time I've earned a lot." Qi Lu grinned and took out 5 divine pills from the bottle. Together with the ultimate purple electricity divine pill, he threw them all to the disciple who had been staring at the divine pill in his hand for a long time. Out of the 10 ultimate spirit electricity divine pills, I'll give you 5. No matter how many I give you, it's useless. This ultimate purple electricity divine pill is also for you. The disciple shook his head hurriedly. "Master, I can't take this ultimate purple electricity divine pill. With it, you'll definitely be able to pass the next heavenly tribulation smoothly. Take it as you're told. I know my situation best. Even if I take this ultimate purple electricity divine pill, I'll only live for 1,000 or 2,000 years at most." Chapter 3963. Little Tian. Although Feng Qingyang's soul was suppressed, he was not in any danger for the time being. However, he was slightly taken aback when he received a message from his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Master, I'll wait for you and Mi Xian at the entrance of the Azura Hell with the God Emperor in a month. Just tell him that there's something good in the Azura Hell and lure him here. As long as you are here, the God Emperors beside me will take action and directly extract Mi Xian's soul from your body. These were the exact words of his disciple, Duan Lingtian. His first reaction was that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had gone to the netherworld to save him after he had not returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a long time. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not approve of Duan Lingtian's decision. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could receive Duan Lingtian's message, but he could not send a message to Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still in his spatial ring. Now that Mi Xian had taken over his body, Mi Xian would react if he used his spatial ring. A God Emperor? Although Duan Lingtian did not know where his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had found a God Emperor, he did not doubt his disciple's words. He knew Duan Lingtian would not lie to him. In the next few days, Feng Qingyang intentionally showed signs of loosening his stance and began to negotiate with Mi Xian. For example, Mi Xian had to leave his body before the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian would share his fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell with Mi Xian. Naturally, Mi Xian would not agree to this. However, when Mi Xian saw that Feng Qingyang had begun to negotiate terms with him, he saw a glimmer of hope even though Feng Qingyang's conditions were unacceptable. He wanted to replicate Feng Qingyang's fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell and seize the opportunity to obtain it. In the blink of an eye, many days passed. Feng Qingyang, who had been negotiating with Mi Xian every few days, also made concessions time and time again. Mi Xian, I'll take you to Azura Hell, but you have to leave my body before we reach our destination. Otherwise, I won't deactivate the spell formation for you. If you don't agree, then we don't need to talk anymore. Mi Xian had been very concerned when he first heard Feng Qingyang say that, but now he didn't care at all. That was because Feng Qingyang would say the same thing every time they talked about conditions recently. He was tired of hearing it. Feng Qingyang, why don't you state some more realistic conditions? Mi Xian said indifferently. What a joke! If he left Feng Qingyang's body at that time, he didn't know what would happen to Feng Qingyang. After all, Feng Qingyang was most familiar with that place, but he wasn't. Master. On this day, Feng Qingyang, who had just rested for a day and hadn't discussed conditions with Mi Xian, received a message from his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang was a little confused. Little Tani, didn't he say he'd take that God Emperor to the gates of Azura Hell to wait for us? He even asked me to meet half a month later. Why is he here again? For him to be able to send a message meant that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was also in the netherworld. When he thought of the message his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had sent him half a month ago, he didn't understand. During this time, he had been planning to negotiate with Mi Xian for another half a month before compromising and taking Mi Xian to Azura Hell. He hadn't expected his disciple, Duan Lingtian, to come in before the time was up. But this time, Duan Lingtian quickly gave him an answer. Master, Elder Yi and I have already found our way here. Elder Ye's consciousness has already locked onto Mi Xian. We'll be there soon. But before that, you must be careful. Don't give Mi Xian an opportunity to destroy your body or hurt your soul. In the end, Duan Lingtian's message became solemn and serious. Elder Yi, that God Emperor expert. Feng Qingyang's heart trembled. He'd never imagined that his disciple, Duan Lingtian, would come to him with that God Emperor and lock onto Mi Xian. Be careful of Mi Xian's counterattack. Feng Qingyang became vigilant. He didn't dare to relax because he didn't know when his disciple, Duan Lingtian and Yi Qinfeng, would arrive. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang thought this, a thunderous voice came from outside. It seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, causing the sand and dust in a large area of the Blood Mountain to move rhythmically. In some places, there was even a small sandstorm. Mi Xian, get out here. Feng Qingyang recognized the voice as belonging to his disciple, Duan Lingtian. If he could recognize it, so could Mi Xian. Mi Xian opened his eyes, his gaze cold. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Feng Qingyang, it seems that you and your disciple are truly master and disciple. He actually found the netherworld for you, and even came to find me. Does he really think that I and my Xianling alliance can't do anything to him? Before Feng Qingyang could respond, Mi Xian's figure flashed, leaving the belly of a blood mountain and soaring into the sky. Lord Alliance Lord! Lord Alliance Lord! When Mi Xian's subordinates heard Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, they flew toward Duan Lingtian angrily. When Mi Xian arrived, he saw a familiar purple figure in the distance, surrounded by a group of his subordinates, who were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian walked to the front of the crowd and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as he said, "You couldn't do anything to me when we were in the heavenly palace of the solitary, destructive heaven. Could it be that you, a low-level godly emperor, can do anything to me?" As he said this, the mocking smile on Mi Xian's face instantly turned into a mocking smile. "Mi Xian, you can try and see if I can do anything to you." Duan Lingtian had a brilliant smile on his face. "Alliance Lord, leave him to me." An old man appeared behind me, Xian, in the blink of an eye. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, "Today I'll take his head as the Alliance Lord." The old man was dressed in long gray robes. He was thin and had a cold expression on his face. He looked no different from a human. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power radiated from his body. Then different formation discs were suspended in the void around him by divine power. This old man was none other than the only Vice Alliance Lord of the Profound Spirit Alliance. He was also Mi Xian's right-hand man, a formation grandmaster with the cultivation base of a lower divine emperor. Don't underestimate him, Taiyuan. Mi Xian's eyes flashed. He's not simple. Let's work together and kill him. Use your formation to help me kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's divine energy surged out of his body. Even though he hadn't fully occupied Feng Qingyang's body, he was familiar with it. His divine energy whizzed out of his body like an extension of his arm. Moreover, as his soul energy vibrated, soul attacks began to form one after another before he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Yes, Alliance Lord. Although the old man felt that his Alliance Lord was being overly cautious, he did not hesitate. Almost as soon as Mi Xian moved, he charged toward Duan Lingtian. During this process, the formation discs around him flew out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers and scattered above Duan Lingtian's head. One formation after another was about to be set up. At this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. In the next moment, whether it was the old man himself or the spectators, they all clearly saw that the dozens of formation discs in the air had actually been swept away by a gust of wind and turned into dust that filled the air. "Who's there?" The old man cried out in alarm, his expression changing drastically. He knew his own formation discs very well. Even a high-level divine emperor might not be able to destroy all of his formation discs so easily without showing himself. These formation discs were all formation discs that he had nurtured with his soul energy for many years, and he had even infused them with his blood essence. They were far from ordinary formation discs. "Who's there?" The expressions of the other onlookers from the Xianling alliance also changed. At the same time, Mi Xian, who was attacking Duan Lingtian, quickly sensed the situation and his pupils constricted. "There's someone else." Duan Lingtian found a helper. Almost as soon as Mi Xian had this thought in mind, a voice rang out in his head. Whoosh! A faint golden figure appeared behind me, Xian in the blink of an eye like a ghost. Moreover, Mi Xian did not seem to notice his appearance. Only Duan Lingtian and the others saw this person appear like a ghost. Alliance Lord, be careful. The old man, Mi Xian's right-hand man in Xianling Alliance, the only vice-alliance lord of Xianling Alliance, Yuan, instantly paled and cried out in alarm. Mi Xian froze. What's going on? Is there danger? But why didn't I notice anything? While Mi Xian was in a daze, the golden-robed young man who had appeared behind him finally made his move. With a lift of his hand, an invisible force swept out and entered Mi Xian's body through the top of his head. In the next instant, a faintly discernible illusory hand appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it forcefully pulled a soul out of Mi Xian's body. To be precise, it was Feng Qingyang's soul. The eyes of that body dimmed for a moment, but in the next moment they regained their clarity. At the same time, the aura of that body greatly changed. Master. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses. He felt like he was dreaming. How did he manage to take back his body so easily? At the same time, his gaze fell on Mi Xian's soul. At this moment, Mi Xian's soul was being grabbed by the golden-robed youth's illusory hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Chapter 3964. Who are you? In truth, Mi Xian was also in a state of shock. He never imagined that he would be pulled out of Feng Qingyang's body in the blink of an eye. As a soul, Mi Xian was still lively even after being pulled out. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't move at all in front of the golden-robed youth. His soul was completely suppressed, and his opponent's divine sense seemed to carry a frighteningly powerful pressure. Mi Xian, stop struggling. Duan Lingtian looked at Mi Xian and said indifferently, "Do you think you can escape in front of a God-Emperor expert?" A God-Emperor expert. When Duan Lingtian said this, not only did Mi Xian's soul tremble violently, but even Mi Xian's subordinates, including Yuan, the vice-alliance leader of Xianling Alliance, were shocked. Their alliance leader had provoked the return of a God-Emperor expert? Just a moment ago, they were still wondering who could toy with their alliance leader, a middle God-Emperor, in the palm of his hand. Now that they knew the other party was a God-Emperor, they no longer had any doubts. A God-Emperor expert naturally had the strength to do so. "My lord, what benefits did Duan Lingtian give you for you to help him deal with me?" Mi Xian's voice began to tremble when he looked at Yi Qinfeng again. "I, Mi Xian, am willing to pay a greater price as long as my lord is willing to spare my life." Now, Mi Xian recognized the truth. The golden-robed youth in front of him was undoubtedly a God-Emperor expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to toy with him so easily. Duan Lingtian. However, almost as soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng looked at Duan Lingtian. "Many thanks for your help, Elder Yi." As Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked Yi Qinfeng, 2 rays of sword light shot out of his eyes. It was a soul attack that shot toward Mi Xian. Before finding Mi Xian, Duan Lingtian had mentioned his crime to Yi Qinfeng, hoping that he could kill Mi Xian with his own hands. As for Yi Qinfeng, he did not care who killed Mi Xian. It was because the moment Mi Xian died, it was enough time for him to collect Mi Xian's incomplete soul and use it as nourishment for his high-grade divine sword soul. No. As for Mi Xian, he could only watch as Duan Lingtian launched a soul attack at him. He wanted to defend himself, but he found that he couldn't use his soul power at all. At this moment, he was suddenly enlightened. This Duan Lingtian was in a hurry to kill him because he wanted to silence him. At the same time, he quickly came up with an answer in his mind. This Duan Lingtian must be worried that I'll expose the fact that he possesses 5 divine elements. "My lord," In the blink of an eye, Mi Xian reacted and looked at Yi Qinfeng. This Duan Lingtian has 5. In the end, Mi Xian did not finish his words. As soon as the word seed left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's soul attack had already killed Yi Qinfeng before he even had the chance to react. Yi Qinfeng had only just reacted and had no time to think. When he saw that Mi Xian had been killed, he hurriedly took out a very special black bottle and raised his hand, collecting Mi Xian's soul that was on the verge of collapse. After collecting Mi Xian's soul, Yi Qinfeng shook the bottle and revealed a smile. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Yi Qinfeng repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. As for what Mi Xian wanted to say, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had some treasure that Mi Xian was interested in, it wouldn't tempt him too much. Mi Xian was just a puny god emperor. Yi Qinfeng, on the other hand, was a middle god emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had helped him greatly this time. It could be said that he was greatly indebted to him. Not to mention, he did not know what his benefactor's belongings were. Even if he knew, he would not snatch them away. These were Yi Qinfeng's inner thoughts. Duan Lingtian naturally did know. Even if he did, he wouldn't regret his thunderous attack. After all, only a dead man's mouth was sealed. Back when Duan Lingtian killed the Title Temple's main hall master and took control of the Title Temple, he had deliberately asked around. Wu Hongqing didn't reveal that he had the 5 divine elements. Clearly, Wu Hongqing wanted to keep them to himself. Mi Xian was probably the same. No one would be willing to casually tell others that they knew who had the 5 divine elements because they wanted to steal the other party's 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were rumored to be the key to becoming a supreme expert. Moreover, those who possessed the 5 divine elements were usually stronger. If they used them well, they would be unrivaled in the same realm. In fact, they might even be able to fight those of a higher realm. Elder Yi, I should be the one thanking you. Duan Lingtian said sincerely, Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master. At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses and thanked Feng Qingyang. Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move without any warning. Swoosh! A sword ray streaked across the sky. At the same time, everyone from the Mystic Spirit Alliance, including the Vice Alliance leader of the Mystic Spirit Alliance and the Lesser God Emperor Taiyuan, suddenly froze. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 the sword ray whistled past. Apart from Taiyuan, who reacted in time and broke through the force that imprisoned him, Feng Qingyang only managed to sever one of his arms. Everyone else was killed by Feng Qingyang. The law of time. Sword Dao. Feng Qingyang casually pointed his finger, and a sword ray whistled past, killing Taiyuan, who was trying to escape after his arm was severed. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang in surprise. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was also looking at Yi Qinfeng. This was because he realized that this Emperor God expert had also mastered the Sword Dao. It was not the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao, but the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. Of course, compared to his Sword Dao, it was obviously much weaker. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of mastery of the Sword Dao in the Devata realm. Yi Qinfeng looked at Feng Qingyang and sighed emotionally. I, Yi Qinfeng, have walked for nearly 20,000 years, but I've never seen anyone who can surpass me in the Sword Dao. You're the first person to do so. A genius in the Sword Dao. This was Yi Qinfeng's first impression of Feng Qingyang. It was an unforgettable impression. Yi Qinfeng had once thought he might meet someone who had extraordinary attainments in the Sword Dao one day. However, he did not expect he would meet such a person outside the realms of gods. Moreover, this person was younger than him and had a lower cultivation base than him. At the Divine Emperor stage, it was easy for him to detect a person's bone age with his divine consciousness. Naturally, it was impossible to detect a person's bone age in such a manner. However, he was certain Feng Qingyang was only slightly older than 10,000 years old. You're also the first person I've seen who has mastered the sword Tao apart from me and my disciple. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was looking at Yi Qinfeng with a surprised expression on his face. The sword Tao, this sword Tao, was completely different from the sword Tao he had mastered. Although his sword Tao was different from his disciple, Duanling Tian's, Duanling Tian's, Duanling Tian's, Duanling Tian's, Duanling Tian's sword Tao was different. Duanling Tian, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly before he relaxed his brows. He did not expect his master would reveal his attainments in the sword Tao in front of Elder Yi. After all, in the realms of gods, such a thing could easily cause trouble. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of narrow-minded experts. How would they feel if they found out Yi Qinfeng had mastered the sword Tao at such a young age while they had not? In the beginning, Duanling Tian subconsciously felt his master should not reveal his sword Tao. However, he soon changed his mind. With Yi Qinfeng's character, it would not be a big deal even if he found out. However, he was surprised to find out that Duanling Tian's sword Tao was not a secret. He did not expect the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang School had mastered the sword Tao as well. Although the sword Tao contained in Yi Qinfeng's sword Tao was not as good as his, it was the real deal and not the embryonic form of the sword Tao. Yi Qinfeng was the first person he had met who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth since he arrived in the mystic gangland. Before this, he had never met anyone who had mastered the embryonic form of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Your master and disciple? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "You're talking about Duanling Tian, right? Duanling Tian has only mastered the embryonic form of the sword Tao. It's not the real sword Tao in the realms of gods. The embryonic form of the sword Tao?" Feng Qingyang was about to refute when Duanling Tian sent him a voice transmission to stop him. "Master, I didn't reveal the embryonic form of the sword Tao in the realms of gods." Feng Qingyang was not stupid. He quickly regained his senses when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "I see. However, in the Devata realms, many people regard the rudimentary form of the sword Tao as the true sword Tao." "I know." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "I'm also from the Devata realms." At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses. He smiled wryly and said, "Elder Yi, I forgot that you revealed your strength as a celestial emperor earlier. Those who don't come from the mundane realms or Devata realms will face certain restrictions when they return from the realms of gods." Duanling Tian did not expect Yi Qinfeng would take a liking to his master after he revealed his sword Tao to him. Yi Qinfeng followed them back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and stayed there for a long time before he was ready to leave. Based on what Yi Qinfeng knew, Yi Qinfeng had been talking to him about the sword Tao almost every day. Yi Qinfeng was not the only one who benefited from the discussions. Even his master had benefited a lot from it. Duanling Tian did not expect Yi Qinfeng and Feng Qingyang would become good friends after spending some time together. "Qingyang." Before Yi Qinfeng left, he smiled at Feng Qingyang and said to Duanling Tian, "If you ever come to the mystic gangland, you can come to the Chunyang School and join the hidden sword progeny." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "As long as you are willing, I can even accept you as my junior brother on behalf of my teacher." Chapter 3965. Big Brother Yi, I'll definitely look for you at the Chunyang School if I go to the land of profound handle. Feng Qingyang did not reject Yi Qinfeng's goodwill. When Yi Qinfeng saw this, he nodded. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang, he took out a space-piercing divine shuttle and left solitary destructive heaven. Even Yi Qinfeng himself had no idea which realm of gods he would end up in. Even before he left, he did not greet Duanling Tian. He only greeted Feng Qingyang because there was no need for him to greet Duanling Tian. Currently, Duanling Tian only had one of his clones in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian's true body was still in the Chunyang School. Yi Qinfeng was the old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage in the Chunyang school, one of the few void pierce stage elders in the Chunyang school, and one of the mid-god emperors. He could see Duan Lingtian at any time. There was no need for him to bid farewell to him. Big Brother Yi is a straightforward person. After Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang smiled at him. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade divine sword that Duan Lingtian gave him before he left. In Yi Qinfeng's eyes, even if Feng Qingyang did not lack divine weapons, he would definitely lack high-grade divine weapons. After all, he was someone who had never been to a plane of gods. As a matter of fact, Feng Qingyang was indeed lacking high-grade divine weapons. Although he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell, there was no divine artifact or anything like that left behind for him in the inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the current him to only have this bit of strength. Of course, after Duan Lingtian returned from the land of profound handle, Feng Qingyang would not lack high-grade divine weapons. However, since Yi Qinfeng gave him a high-grade divine weapon, he owed Yi Qinfeng a favor. Of course, it couldn't be considered a favor. During this period of time, he and Yi Qinfeng had been exchanging sword principles. Although both of them had received a certain amount of help, it was obvious that Yi Qinfeng had received more help. After all, although Yi Qinfeng had mastered the sword Dao, his sword Dao was not as good as Feng Qingyang's. This was also the main reason why he thought highly of Feng Qingyang, and even said that he was willing to accept Feng Qingyang as his junior brother on behalf of his master. Feng Qingyang was qualified to make him do that. She is indeed straightforward. Duan Lingtian nodded, but at the same time he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Master, if you go to Chunyang school, I'm afraid you'll become many people's martial granduncle, and even be respected as ancestor. Although Elder Yi is young, his status in Chunyang school is very high. He belongs to the highest generation. In truth, Feng Qingyang only knew that Duan Lingtian was a celestial emperor from a sect in the realms of gods. However, he did not know Yi Qinfeng's status in the sect. After listening to Duan Lingtian, he finally realized Yi Qinfeng's status in Chunyang school. Master. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to recall something and sighed. You shouldn't have revealed your sword Dao so easily. There are many experts in the realms of gods, and many of them are narrow-minded. Of course, I'm not saying that Elder Yi is that kind of person. Although I haven't known Elder Yi for long, I can tell he's not that kind of person. It's just that there are many people we can't predict. Duan Lingtian said. I was in a hurry at the time. Feng Qingyang chuckled. Although Mi Xian didn't reveal your 5 divine elements, others still heard his last words. There are too many people, and I don't think, Big Brother, you will be able to guess anything. On the contrary, I'm worried that people will make wild guesses if they spread the news. If I want to kill them, I can't do it without using my sword Dao. Feng Qingyang sighed. Master, you could have asked me to do it through voice transmission. However, now that I think about it, it's normal for you to send me a voice transmission because you were in a hurry. Duan Lingtian knew very well that since it had happened, there was no turning back. Based on the current situation, it was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, the patriarch of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang school had befriended Yi Qinfeng. In the future, when Yi Qinfeng's master went to the Xiangang land, he would be able to enter Chunyang school and become a patriarch. Forget it. What's done is done. Let it be. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, It's been a long time since the two of us got together. This is a good opportunity for us to catch up. Tell me what happened to you in the realms of gods over the years. I really didn't know you went to the realms of gods and became a divine emperor. You're even stronger than me now. Although Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed Feng Qingyang's, Duan Lingtian did not feel uneasy. However, Feng Qingyang did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt gratified. This time, Elder Yi came back with me, and even took up a lot of Master's time. Indeed, the two of us, Master and disciple, didn't have time to chat. Now that he's gone, I should tell Master about my experiences in the past few decades. Following that, Feng Qingyang went to Duan Lingtian's cultivation place in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian told Feng Qingyang about his experiences in the Xiangang land. Since his master, Feng Qingyang, was aware that he possessed the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian did not hold back when he told Feng Qingyang about his experiences. Although Duan Lingtian's clones had returned to the Devata realms and the mundane realms, he did not meet his family because he did not want them to be separated again. Previously, he did not know when his clones would return since he did not think it would be easy to obtain the space-piercing divine shuttle. However, this time, since the space-piercing divine shuttle was not difficult to obtain, he wondered if it was time for him to meet his family. After all, as long as he had the space-piercing divine shuttle, he would be able to return whenever he wanted. Although it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to obtain more space-piercing divine shuttles through Qin Huiang, according to Yi Qinfeng, the hidden sword progeny would be able to obtain a batch of space-piercing divine shuttles if they had enough time. As for the time that he spoke of, it was at most a few decades. Furthermore, he would be able to produce a batch every once in a while. Perhaps it's time for me to return and meet my family, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Feng Qingyang listened to Duan Lingtian's recount of his experiences in the Xiangang land. Initially, his expression was calm. However, when Duan Lingtian said he was in danger, his expression changed drastically. Naturally, during this process, he had also analyzed some things with Duan Lingtian. For example, Duan Xiaoyu, who suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and acted affectionately toward Duan Lingtian, said, "He has the same surname as you, and he calls you Big Brother. He even said you look like his big brother." It sounds like a coincidence, but is it really a coincidence? You said it yourself. The way she looks at you doesn't look like she's looking at someone who looks like her brother. Instead, it's like she's looking at her brother. Let's make a bold guess. Is it possible that this has something to do with the law of time? You should know that there are celestial weapons that contain the law of time in the Devata realms. The flow of time in the celestial weapons is different from the flow of time in the Devata realms. However, the flow of time in the celestial weapons is only effective for those with a low cultivation base. If a person with a high cultivation base enters the celestial weapons, the flow of time in the celestial weapons will be affected. Now that I think about it, you've cultivated in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with Hua Lao as the soul of the celestial weapons artifact. You should know about it, Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian was not stupid. His eyes widened when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning the law of time. Master, are you saying my encounter with Duan Xiaoyu might be related to the flow of time? That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. You should know that I obtained the Supreme Powerhouse's legacy. It's the legacy left behind by a Supreme Powerhouse who's skilled in the law of time. Although he didn't leave me anything, he left behind a lot of useful information. According to his description, when one uses the law of time to a certain extent and has a special environment, one might be able to travel through time and space for a short period of time. Naturally, it's only a short period of time. Could it be that at some point in the future, you inadvertently traveled through time and space to a point in the past where you didn't even exist, such as 700 years ago? Did you meet her at that time? Did she acknowledge you as her big brother? It had to be said that Feng Qingyang's guess was extremely bold and exaggerated. It was so audacious that Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Is this possible? Although the probability is very low, it's possible. Even the Supreme Powerhouse, who left me the inheritance, didn't experience traveling through time and space. What he said is only his speculation. Feng Qingyang said, it was precisely because of this that he made such a bold guess. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out in the future. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted, although he did not think it was possible when he thought about how the flow of time in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was different from the outside world. He was certain it was true. It was only after he arrived in the Devata realms that he learned the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had different effects on those who had not become celestials and those who had become celestials. Moreover, the more powerful a celestial was, the less they could enjoy the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda's ability to slow down time. Previously, when Duan Lingtian met Hua Lao, the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao had told him that the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda's ability to slow down time was created to nurture juniors with low cultivation bases. Yes, I'll find out in the future. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, he asked, "Have you met your family during these 2 times you've been back?" "I thought you were with them. I didn't expect you to go to the realms of gods." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtan fell silent for a moment before he said, "I had some misgivings earlier, but they're gone now. I'll meet them later." Chapter 3966. Is it because of the space-piercing divine shuttle? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Previously, I obtained a space-piercing divine shuttle by chance. It was only after I went to Chunyang School that I realized the crafting of a space-piercing divine shuttle isn't that difficult. Now, as long as I want to, I can get some space-piercing divine shuttles from Chunyang School." He had told Feng Qingyang about the divine void-piercing shuttle. Therefore, Feng Qingyang was aware that the divine void-piercing shuttle was a unique divine weapon that was not exclusive to the natives of the realms of gods. "Little Tian, do you have any extra space-piercing divine shuttles with you?" Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Feng Qingyang's question. "Master, are you planning to go to the realms of gods as well?" "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. He did not deny it. "Master," Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, "why don't you wait until you've broken through to the divine emperor stage before you consider going to the realms of gods? The realms of gods aren't that safe. Even if you plan to go to Chunyang School with the space-piercing divine shuttle, you might not be able to reach the Chunyang School's profound gangland. Even if you're lucky enough to arrive at the profound Handleland, you might not necessarily appear in the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, where the Pure Sun sect is located, and on the way to the Pure Sun sect, you might encounter an accident at any time." Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "I've thought of all these. However, I don't plan to go to Chunyang School when I go to the realms of gods. If I go to Chunyang School, I'm sure, brother, you won't let me be an ordinary disciple. If I were an ordinary person, I'd be more than happy to have a big tree like him to rely on. But I'm different. I don't want to rely on him, nor do I want to rely on anyone else. I, Feng Qingyang, want to walk my own path. Even if I go to a realm of gods, no matter which realm of gods the divine void-piercing shuttle sends me to, I'll stay there and carve out a world of my own. As for the divine emperor realm, with the divine pellet you gave me, I can easily break through in a few years. After breaking through to the celestial emperor stage, I'll head to the realms of gods. Naturally, I'll leave a law of earth clone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian knew very well that his master was a very opinionated person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be where he was today. Regardless of whether it was his rise from the mundane realm to the Saint Province realm, his domineering rise in the solitary destructive heaven to become a heavenly emperor, or his narrow escape from the azure hell to obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, one could see that his master did not lack courage and determination. It would be cruel to keep such a person trapped in one place. "Master, I don't have a space-piercing divine shuttle with me right now. other than my clone using a space-piercing divine shuttle. I gave the rest to Elder Yi. Once you've broken through to the Celestial Emperor stage, I should be able to obtain more divine void-piercing shuttles. At that time, I'll return with another Law of Earth clone and give you the divine void-piercing shuttles. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Qingyang. All right. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, since you've decided to reunite with your family, you should hurry. I'll take this opportunity to cultivate and break through to the Celestial Emperor stage as soon as possible. I've been looking forward to going to the realms of gods for a long time. When Feng Qingyang mentioned the realms of gods, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, he had entered the Azura Hell because he was hunted down by a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Although the powerhouse's strength was restricted, he was still able to force his way into the Azura Hell. In the end, he had no choice but to flee to the Azura Hell. Although it was a blessing in disguise, he did not feel grateful to the powerhouse at all. All he felt was killing intent. Moreover, the powerhouse had attacked him because of his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Whether it was to avenge himself or to eliminate the threat to his disciple, Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of letting the powerhouse who had attacked him go. It would be difficult for him to catch up to the powerhouse in the Devata realms, unless he could go to the realms of gods. However, since the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed, he could not go to the realms of gods even if he wanted to. Now that he knew there was a divine artifact like the divine void-piercing shuttles, he was eager to seize the opportunity to go to the realms of gods. Little Tian, send your Law of Space clone to reunite with your family. Send another Law of Space clone to bring a divine void-piercing shuttles as soon as possible. Over the years, I've made some new discoveries in the place where the Supreme Powerhouse left his legacy behind. After the place was destroyed, there were many scryer recordings of the Law of Time. I've been immersed in them for decades. Not only has my cultivation base improved rapidly, but my comprehension of the Law of Time has also surpassed the Law of Destruction that I was most proficient in. Send another Law of Space clone here. I'll share my insights with you. I'm sure it'll be beneficial to your Law of Time as well. Although Feng Qingyang was in a hurry to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, he still wanted to help Duan Lingtian improve his Law of Time. All right. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He chatted with Feng Qingyang for a while longer before he left. When Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang also returned to his place of cultivation. After returning to the mundane realm where his family had settled down, Duan Lingtian, who had decided to reunite with his family, could not help but feel a sense of homesickness. He had felt the same way before. However, after he decided not to show himself that time, the feeling of homesickness disappeared. This time, however, he was prepared to show himself and reunite with his family. Father, mother. The first people Duan Lingtian went to see were Duan Rafeng and Li Ro. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were naturally overjoyed and asked about his well-being. Li Ro kept asking Duan Lingtian about his experiences in the realms of gods. With his past experience, Duan Lingtian did not mention anything dangerous. He did not want his mother, Li Ro, to worry. Mother, my journey was very smooth. First, I met a powerhouse from a God Emperor sect. When he saw my cultivation base at such a young age, he took me to a sect called the Heaven Illumination Sect. After that, I performed outstandingly in the Heaven Illumination Sect and was lucky enough to join a powerful sect called the Chunyang School. Now, I, your son, am a godly emperor. With my current cultivation base, I can rule over some of the more remote places in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian only revealed the good news and left out the bad news. Duan Rafeng sat at the side and listened to Duan Lingtian's story. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. He knew his son's journey in the realms of gods would not be so smooth. Moreover, how could he become a god emperor in such a short time? Duan Lingtian would not believe his son did not encounter any dangers in such a short time. He would not believe his son did not become a god king, and a god emperor. When one's strength rose rapidly, it was always accompanied by great risks. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced this before, knew this very well. Let's not talk about anything else. Back when he was in the mundane plane, it was precisely because the powerful soul that possessed his body had controlled his body for many years that he was able to regain control of his body after many years and possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, even if he was considered a genius in a small place, he would not have been able to achieve so much in such a short time. Duan Lingtian knew his son was only saying this to comfort his wife. He could only sigh at his son's thoughtfulness. At the same time, he made up his mind to ask his son what he had been through all these years when they were alone. He wanted to know the truth. After spending some time with his parents, Duan Lingtian was urged to meet his wife, Li Fei, and his children. Duan Lingtian went to see Li Fei first. When the couple saw each other again, they hugged for a long time. Li Fei was so emotional that tears streamed down her cheeks. However, since it was only a clone, Duan Lingtian did not do anything that crossed the line. He did not intend to do anything because he found it strange and uncomfortable. He decided to wait for his main body to return before he did anything that could not be explained. Li Fei was not the only one who felt the same way. Huan felt the same way as well. After spending some time with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian went to see Huan. Huan had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful and alluring as before. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she laid quietly in his arms and told him how much she had missed him over the years. Duan Lingtian listened to her quietly. Huan's cultivation base was already high to begin with. After years of hard work, she was now a demigod. She was only a step away from becoming a god. After spending some time with Duan Lingtian went to see Feng Tianwu, his children, Han Xuanai, Feng Wudao, and the others. They were overjoyed when they learned that Duan Lingtian would stay by their side with his clones from now on. My clones can stay here and guide them in their cultivation. Apart from that, I can also obtain cultivation resources from the Devata realms through the tidal temple. As for the cultivation resources in the realms of gods, I can use my clones to deliver them to them. With this thought in mind, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It's a good thing I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to form a law clone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that it was indeed a good thing to have a law clone. After some time passed, Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the 2 space-piercing divine shuttles, did not hesitate. He quickly formed a Law of Time clone and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in one of the Devata realms. After handing the space-piercing divine shuttles to Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian returned to his master, Feng Qingyang, and patiently listened to Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Law of Time. Chapter 3967. Thanks to Feng Qingyang's unreserved sharing, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the Supreme Powerhouse's attainment in the Law of Time. Although his comprehension of the Law of Time was not as fast as his comprehension of the Supreme Powerhouse's quintessence, it was not slow at all. If this continues, I'm afraid the Law of Time will become the second Law of Time I'm most proficient in after the Law of Space. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this and looked forward to it. The Law of Time was also known as the first of the 4 supreme laws because it could affect space to a certain extent, making it more mysterious than the other 3 supreme laws. Currently, Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the Law of Space. Next was the Law of Life. Next was the Law of Time, which was improving rapidly. The reason why the Law of Life was so fast was because of the secret chamber. However, the Law of Life did not have an advantage over the other laws. The second reason was because he needed to sense the energy of life to refine divine pellets, which was of great help to his comprehension of the Law of Life. It could even be said that when he sensed the energy of life, he was comprehending the Law of Life. Moreover, there was a complete divine tree of life in his small world that could provide him with an endless supply of the law of life. Under such circumstances, he was constantly in contact with the energy of life. Even if he did not deliberately comprehend the law of life, his comprehension of the law of life would subtly improve. Now, Duan Lingtian felt that the law of time shared with him by his master, Feng Qingyang, would allow his comprehension of the law of time to surpass that of the law of life. It was obvious how much he had benefited from it. Now I've comprehended a total of 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws and the 4 supreme laws. I've comprehended all of them. Among them, the law of space is the strongest, followed by the law of life and the law of time. As for the other 6 laws, they're about the same and can't be considered weak, but they can't be compared to the other 3 laws. My current focus should be on comprehending the law of space. As for the other laws, I'll comprehend them at most in my free time. However, based on the current situation, my law clone seems to be able to comprehend the law of time on its own. However, it seems that a law avatar can only comprehend 1 law. This is completely different from the main body. For example, the law of life clones can only comprehend the law of life. The avatars of the laws of space can only comprehend the laws of space. If it weren't for the fact that my temporal law clone went to look for my master and shared his insights with me, allowing my comprehension of temporal law to improve rapidly, I wouldn't have noticed this at all. A law avatar can actually comprehend the laws? Upon realizing this, even Duan Lingtian's main body could not help but wake up from his cultivation. He immediately sent a message to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, did you know that non-native law clones can leave the main body and comprehend the corresponding laws independently? On the other side, Zhen Pingfan quickly responded, Isn't this common sense? You don't know? Common sense? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that his great discovery was actually common knowledge that everyone knew? At the same time, Zhen Pingfan continued to send a message to Duan Lingtian. This world is fair after all. The natives of the realms of gods possess the power of bloodline. Naturally, some of them can't activate the power of bloodline because they lack the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. There are strong and weak bloodlines as well. Those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse won't be able to activate the power of bloodline. However, they can still form law clones. Not only can a law clone be used to assist in battle, but it can also be used to comprehend the laws independently. In fact, those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse have an innate advantage over the natives of the realms of gods. Naturally, people like you can compare to us in terms of cultivation environment and cultivation resources. After all, most of us were born in the realms of gods. From the moment we were born, we've enjoyed cultivation resources that you can't even imagine. On the other hand, very few people like you are able to make it to the realms of gods. Even if you have great potential, very few of you are able to reach the pinnacle. Naturally, once you reach the pinnacle, you'll be at the pinnacle. For example, the stronger ones among the ultimate powerhouses are basically people like you. They don't have the bloodlines of other ultimate powerhouses in their bodies. It's also because of this that they have law avatars that can help them comprehend the corresponding law. Of course, it doesn't mean that people like us are weaker than all of you at the same cultivation base. There are many people with extremely powerful bloodlines. Some people's bloodlines can not only assist in battle, but they can also help improve their comprehension of the laws and speed up their cultivation. Zhen Pingfan explained a lot to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian learned a lot from him. In the end, Duan Lingtian's conclusion was similar to Zhen Pingfan's. The world was fair after all. In the end, people like them had an advantage over people like Zhen Pingfan. After all, those who could reach the realms of gods had more heaven-defying bloodlines than those like Zhen Pingfan. There's still more than 30 years until the 7 prefectures feast. I know you've been urging little Yang Yang to help you collect more divine space-piercing shuttles, and the Hidden Sword sect often sends you divine, space-piercing shuttles. I believe you have your own thoughts and plans. However, if it affects your cultivation, I hope you can stop for the time being. Your top priority is to break through to the intermediate celestial emperor before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. There's nothing more important before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If you can't break through by then, the sect might not be able to make you cough up all the resources we've spent on you. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave Chunyang School in the future. If you were the sect leader of Chunyang School, I'm sure you know what you'd do if you were in his shoes. Zhen Pingfan's tone was solemn when he said the last sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he realized Zhen Pingfan had been paying attention to him. It was as though Zhen Pingfan was worried Duan Lingtian would take a wrong turn. Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. As for the intermediate celestial emperor, I'll definitely break through to the intermediate celestial emperor realm within 20 years. When Zhen Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he sighed in relief. His eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "If you can really break through to the intermediate celestial emperor realm within 20 years, you'll be able to make it before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. It'll be held by the 5 top celestial emperors in Tunglung Province. At that time, you can go with Yun Peak to the Grand Banquet. Of course, you'll have to break through to the intermediate celestial emperor realm first. Otherwise, Yun Peak won't give you a place." As he finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan's indifferent tone once again became serious. "The Grand Banquet?" Duan Lingtian sounded confused. "Is the Grand Banquet a place where the 5 top forces trade with each other?" "It's not just about trading." Zhen Pingfan said, "Every Grand Banquet is held 10 days before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. This time, it'll be held in the Seven Kills Valley. The Grand Banquet is not only about trading, but also about learning from each other and gambling. Of course, it's mostly about learning from each other and gambling for the younger generation. In addition, there'll be an auction where the 5 top forces will gather all the rare treasures they've collected." Zhen Pingfan paused and said, "In short, if you can go to the Grand Banquet, you'd better go. Maybe you'll get something unexpected. However, you'll have to break through to the intermediate celestial emperor realm first. Otherwise, even if I'm willing to let you go, my father won't allow it. I can help to decide who'll go to the Grand Banquet, but my father will have to look at it and confirm it a second time." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look forward to it when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. As for the intermediate celestial emperor realm, he was more than 90% sure that he could break through to the intermediate celestial emperor realm within 20 years. That was if there were no accidents during this period. Righteous Island was the place where the people of the righteous lineage cultivated. The righteous lineage was just a relatively ordinary lineage among the 19 lineages of the Chunyang School. There was only one immortal emperor realm expert in the lineage. Moreover, he was just a quiet void elder. Lan Jingming, the old ancestor of the righteous lineage, was only ranked in the upper middle among the group of quiet void elders in the Chunyang School. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't as strong as the strongest ones. However, when it came to stability, there were very few quiet void elders who could compare with him. Even when those void peer stage elders in the sect mentioned Lan Jingming as a junior, there was no lack of praises in their words. They didn't praise him for his great talent and high comprehension ability. Instead, they praised him for his shrewdness and intelligence. Lan Jingming actually came from a very ordinary background. The reason why he could get to where he was today was not only because of his own diligence and hard work, but also because he knew how to take advantage of others. He even relied on his intelligence many times to avoid calamities, one after another. There was once when he brought his son and grandson along with him during a calamity. It was supposed to be a trap to kill him, but he still managed to escape. However, at that time, his son and grandson had both died. Among the 3 generations of the righteous lineage, only his great-grandson Lan Shilin was left. Recently, someone from the Hidden Sword lineage frequently went to the Cloud Peak to contact Duan Lingtian. It seems like they are delivering something to him. Lan Zhengming, who had just received the news, had a glint in his eyes. That Duan Lingtian hasn't gone out since he returned to the Cloud Peak Island from the Myriad Island. Why would he be related to the Hidden Sword lineage? Lan Jingming didn't place anyone in the Cloud Peak. Firstly, it was unnecessary and meaningless. Secondly, once he placed someone in the Cloud Peak, it would destroy the relationship between the righteous lineage and the Cloud Peak. In comparison, he naturally knew how to make a choice. The reason why he knew this news was that he got it from the disciple who was in charge of patrolling around the Cloud Peak Island recently. Chapter 3968. Moreover, the people from the Hidden Sword progeny who went to Yun Peak to look for Duan Lingtian aren't ordinary people. Lan Zhengming could not figure it out. Even if the sect thought highly of a brat who had just entered the sect, it did not make sense for the Hidden Sword progeny to be so friendly with him, right? Could it be that Junior Uncle Yi from the Hidden Sword progeny thinks that if Duan Lingtian can enter the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he'll definitely get a spot? Is that why he asked his people to send some help to Duan Lingtian? When Lan Jingming thought of this, he felt relieved. If that's the case, it makes sense. It seems like they think highly of Duan Lingtian. Lan Jingming muttered to himself before he sent a message to Lu Hui, the righteous progeny's elderling Su. Has the little fellow been behaving recently? At this moment, Lan Jingming was worried that his great-grandson, Lan Shilin, would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian for no reason. Even if he did not look for Duan Lingtian directly, he was worried that Lan Shilin would look for trouble with the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect. Grandmaster, Shilin hasn't gone out during this period. Lu Hui replied through the voice transmission. Okay. Lan Jingming sighed in relief when he heard that. Then he added, if he goes out, you can't let him go alone. Also, if he wants to make a move on Duan Lingtian or the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect, you must stop him. If he doesn't listen, send me a message. I'll tell him personally. Lan Jingming's tone became much more solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Before Lu Hui could reply, he added, right now, it's not only the sect that sees him as their hope, but the Hidden Sword progeny also sees him as their hope. Junior Uncle, you must have instructed his people to send him a few resources. You should know what this means, Li Tianlan said. Before the 7 prefectures banquet begins, not only will the sect not allow anyone to go against him, but the Hidden Sword progeny will not allow it as well. The sect might care about my reputation, but the Hidden Sword lineage might not. You also know that person from the Hidden Sword faction. He wants to do things his own way. Of course, he has the qualifications to do so. After all, he is the most promising person in the sect to enter the Upper Divine Emperor realm, or even the Supreme God realm. Originally, Lu Hui was surprised by Lan Jingming's words. He didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian of Yun Peak's lineage would make his grandmaster so apprehensive. Now, when he heard the last part of his grandmaster's words, his expression turned serious. At the same time, he vowed solemnly, don't worry, Grandmaster. I definitely won't let Celine mess around. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Lan Zhengming said again before cutting off the communication with Lu Hui. Ping Sheng's branch was also one of the branches that had Void Pierce Stage Elders in Chunyang School. Although this branch had a mid-divine emperor like a Void Pierce Stage Elder, there was no other divine emperor under him. It was also the only branch that didn't have a quiet Void Elder among the 7 branches that had Void Pierce Stage Elders in Chunyang School. However, even though there was no lower divine emperor or quiet Void Elder in Ping Sheng's branch, there was a Jade Void Elder. His strength was very close to the God Emperor realm, and he could become a lower divine emperor at any time. He was also recognized as the most promising person in Chunyang school to become a God Emperor. His name was Yuan Hanjin. He was the adopted son of the old ancestor of Ping Sheng's branch, the Void Peer Stage elder, Yuan Pingsheng. Even though he was adopted, Yuan Pingsheng, who had never married or had children, treated him like his own son. He taught him everything without holding back anything. As for Yuan Hanjin, he also had a status that was only below one person and above thousands of people in Ping Sheng's branch. "Master, are you looking for me?" In a courtyard in a quiet valley, a tall and handsome young man was standing in front of a pavilion. He respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man who was sitting indifferently in the pavilion. The middle-aged man had a medium build. His appearance was ordinary and resolute. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was the first Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School, and the son of the old ancestor of Ping Sheng's branch, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin looked at the young man and asked indifferently, "You should have heard that Duan Lingtian, a disciple of the Tianlong clan, has joined the sect, right?" Hearing his master's question, the young man was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said yes. At this moment, Yuan Hanjin added, "I've only recently heard that Duan Lingtian has quite a bit of enmity with the Myriad Devil sect. Many of your elders even died because of him. Among them, there are two people you see as your own brothers, Du Pajuan and Du Qianjun." Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at the young man and said, "Are you thinking about how to avenge them?" "I dare not." Hearing this, the young man's expression changed. He hurriedly bowed his head, but his body was trembling. "Even if you dare, you are no match for him." Yuan Hanjin said indifferently. The young man was the son of the Myriad Devil sect leader, Yang Qin. When he heard his master's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes, even if he wanted to take revenge for his former elders, for his childhood friend whom he viewed as his own brother, he didn't have the strength to do so even if he was given the chance. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he knew that he was far from being a match for him. "How's your cultivation recently?" Yuan Hanjin asked. "How far do you think you have traveled from the lower divine emperor to the middle divine emperor?" Yang Qinya replied quickly, "I am useless. I have only traveled less than 1/5 of the way." "Too slow." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. Yang Qinya was silent. "Originally, I didn't expect you to rank highly in the 7 prefectures banquet," Yuan Hanjin said slowly. "After all, your strength is still lacking. Among the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet, you can only rank at the bottom. After all, the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet are all at least divine emperors." Yang Qinya lowered his head even more when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. "I am useless. I have embarrassed you, master." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. "To be able to become my disciple, you naturally have your own strengths. Your strength has not caught up to mine because you have limited cultivation resources in the past. Didn't your strength increase by leaps and bounds when you entered the Chunyang school? As for that Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to compare yourself to him. Based on my understanding of him, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much in such a short time. Speaking of which," Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya sharply. "Originally, I had the resources to help you become a medium divine emperor before the Feast of the 7 Mansions, and improve the Dharma principles you are good at. However, I wasn't confident you would be able to pass the test. Do you know, how did the senior brothers and senior sisters before you die?" Yang Chinya's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan Hanjin's first sentence. However, when he heard the second sentence, his brows furrowed slightly. Now, after hearing the last sentence, his expression changed instantly. Senior brothers and senior sisters. Could it be that they died in the trial that Master mentioned? Yang Qinya had always thought he was lucky. He entered the Chunying school and became the disciple of Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder. Although Yuan Hanjin was not a quiet Void Elder, a divine emperor, he could become a quiet Void Elder at any time. After becoming his disciple, he also heard that there were actually not only 2 senior brothers before him, but also a few other senior brothers and senior sisters, but all of them died prematurely. All of them had died when they were lower divine emperors. As for the reason, there were many different opinions in Ping Sheng's lineage. However, no one had a definite answer. That's right, Yuan Hanjin nodded. At the same time, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. I discovered that place in the early years. At first, it was open to those below the middle divine emperor level. Later, the resources there were lost, and it could no longer withstand the power of those above the middle divine emperor level. Only lower divine emperors and those weaker could enter. The weaker the person, the more dangerous it is in there. Your senior brothers and senior sisters died in there one after another. One of them almost succeeded. However, he was just one step away from death. When Yuan Hanjin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of regret and pain could be seen in his eyes. After all, they were all his disciples. Was it worth it? Yang Qinya asked in a low voice. Even if there were great opportunities in such a dangerous place, was it worth risking one's life for? Was it worth it? Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya with a deep gaze. Whether it was worth it or not depends on the person. Your senior brothers and senior sisters entered the place willingly. Even for you, I'm just mentioning it to you. I won't force you to enter. Although I hope that my disciples can become dragons and phoenixes, I don't want them to die. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. After a few experiments, I've discovered that if one doesn't have a strong will and isn't afraid of death, it's very difficult to come out alive. I only mention this to you because I found out about the hatred you might have for Duan Ling Tian. If you don't hate the Duan Ling Tian, I won't support you entering. It's too dangerous. However, if there's a seed of hatred, it might strengthen your will and give you a chance. Yuan Hanjin said. When Yang Qinya heard this, his eyes flashed a few times. Then he asked in a low voice, Master, does that place only allow me to improve my cultivation and comprehension of the law? In his opinion, if that was the case, it was only a matter of time. He did not care if he became a medium divine emperor earlier or later. Even if he became a medium divine emperor, he might not be stronger than the Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension ability were obviously better than his. It would be difficult for him to catch up with the Duan Lingtian. If that's all, I wouldn't have let my disciples enter so many times. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, Although your senior brothers and sisters died outside, they still sent me a message in time. According to 4 of the 6 of them, they discovered that their potential had increased. Their cultivation speed has increased, and their comprehension of the law has also increased. However, they didn't make it and died inside. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. Chapter 3969. Master, what kind of place is that? Although Yang Chinya's eyes lit up, his face was filled with confusion. He could not imagine such a place existed. It was fine if it could improve one's cultivation and laws, but it could also improve one's talent and comprehension. Do you find it unbelievable? Yuan Hanjin asked as he looked at Yang Qinya. Yes. Yang Qinya nodded. He did find it unbelievable that such a place existed in this world. Even a godly venerable expert might not have the means to create such a place, let alone an emperor god. No. In other words, even a godly venerate expert might not have the ability to create such a place unless there was some kind of treasure that could provide certain conditions, and the godly venerate expert used his own strength and methods to create such a place. At first, I found it unbelievable too. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, "But in the end, your senior brothers and sisters died one after another. The experiments they did as pioneers told me. It's just that unbelievable." Over the years, I've been studying various ancient books. Not only did I study the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago, but I also studied the history of millions of years ago, and even earlier. A few years ago, I came across an incomplete record in one of the ancient books. It was the thing in that record that made me think that the place I discovered might be that thing. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin's breathing became a little hurried. "What thing?" Yang Qinya asked. At the same time, his eyes lit up because he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Yuan Hanjin stared at Yang Qinya, then raised his hand and threw out a few formation plates. A few soundproof formations enveloped the two of them. Seeing this, Yang Qinya's face became more solemn. He knew that if it was not a secret, his master would not act like this. One had to know that this was Ping Sheng's lineage, the territory of his master's biological father. The disciples who cultivated here were all his master's martial brothers and their disciples' juniors. His master was being so careful in such a place. It showed how cautious he was. After carefully setting up a few soundproof formations, Yuan Hanjin said word by word, "The most powerful spiritual abode! The most powerful divine abode." Yang Qinya was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He knew about the supreme experts. He had heard of omnipotent god weapons before. He knew that they were high-grade god weapons that had been nurtured by omnipotent experts for many years. Moreover, it was said that only high-grade god weapons with weapon souls could be promoted to omnipotent god weapons. However, this was the first time he had heard of the divine abode of a supreme expert. However, since it was related to the word strongest, it seemed that the strongest divine dwellings were most likely related to the strongest. "Master, could this omnipotent divine abode be related to the omnipotent?" Yang Qinya took a deep breath and asked. If it was related to the strongest, then it would naturally not be an ordinary item. Even if it could increase a person's talent and comprehension, it would be normal. Utmost powerful beings were the strongest existences in this world. This was especially true for the supreme experts who controlled the realms of gods. Each realm of gods was just a minor world in their bodies. For this reason, the rules in the realms of gods were set by the supreme experts. Whether it was the heart, demon, blood, oath, or the natives of the realms of gods, leaving their realms of gods, if their destination was a lower realm of gods, their strength would be suppressed. This was the rule set by the supreme experts. In response to Yang Qinya's question, Yuan Hanjin said unhurriedly, "It's related to the supreme experts." Moreover, the supreme experts have gathered all kinds of rare treasures and gathered many venerable grade divine weaponsmiths to forge something similar to a divine artifact. Naturally, the supreme experts do not possess offensive or defensive abilities. The only thing they possess is the ability to nurture the younger generation and improve their talent and comprehension. It can be said that they have the ability to defy the heavens and change their fate. Supreme-level divine dwellings are usually prepared by supreme-level experts for their juniors. Yuan Hanjin said. The moment Yuan Hanjin's voice fell, Yang Qinya's breathing quickened. But at the same time, he had an even bigger question. "Master, if that's really the case, since the divine abode was prepared by the ultimate masters for their juniors, why would it still be dangerous?" "That's impossible." In Yang Qinya's opinion, if he was a supreme expert, the divine abode he prepared for his descendants would not be dangerous. However, his senior brothers and sisters had all died at the hands of that thing that seemed to be the most powerful divine dwellings. Upon hearing Yang Qinya's words, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya with a hint of relief in his eyes. The fact that you're able to think of this in time shows that you're more rational than Leng Qing. The supreme divine abode is an item that can defy the heavens and change the fate of their descendants. Naturally, It's impossible for them to harm their descendants. However, there's a situation that's different. That is, after every omnipotent spiritual abode is formed, the omnipotent experts will place a restriction on it. Once he dies, the restrictions hidden in the divine abode will be activated. This is to prevent other ultimate experts from taking advantage of the situation and giving the divine abode he prepared for their descendants. Once a supreme expert dies, his descendants will not be able to escape death as well. There's no point in keeping the supreme divine abode. Therefore, when the supreme expert creates the supreme divine abode, they will leave something behind. That move also turned the most powerful divine dwellings into a hot potato. Of course, although the restriction in the supreme divine abode has been activated, and the energy and resources it contains are constantly declining. However, if it's someone with a strong will and can endure a certain amount of pain, they will be able to use the supreme divine abode as long as they can endure it. However, such people are few and far between. At the very least, it's unlikely that there's such an existence among the descendants of other supreme experts. Even if there is, the supreme expert won't let them take the risk. It's better to create a new supreme divine abode for them. Therefore, after a supreme expert kills another supreme expert and takes the supreme divine abode from him, they will abandon it as soon as they discover that there's a restriction in it. If I'm not wrong, the place I discovered back then might be the supreme divine abode that the supreme expert of the profound Handleland that were now casually abandoned. The reason he threw such a supreme divine abode into the small world in his body, which is the profound Handleland, is because he wants to give the people in his small world a good fortune. This good fortune may cause some people to die, but they are not his direct descendants, so he doesn't care. Yuan Hanjin said, "The danger is great, but the opportunity is also great. It's a pity that your senior brothers and sisters didn't make it in the end." Yuan Hanjin sighed. A supreme divine abode is created by a supreme expert at a great cost. Its value is actually higher than that of a high-quality divine artifact with an artifact soul. Of course, the supreme divine abode that I discovered should belong to the kind that has been dilapidated for many years. Now, it can only accommodate existences below the level of a lower-level divine emperor. As far as I know, a supreme divine abode can normally accommodate existences below the level of a god emperor. From a higher-level divine emperor to an ordinary divine spirit, anyone can enter. Yuan Hanjin's words gave Yang Qinya a deeper understanding of the supreme divine abode. A supreme divine abode was very dangerous. However, if one could survive it, he could be reborn, and defy the heavens to change his fate. Now, I've told you everything that I should tell you. As for what you think, it's up to you. However, even if you don't plan to go in, I hope that you will keep your mouth shut and not leak this information. When Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, his gaze became sharper as he looked at Yang Qinya. Also, even if you want to go in and take the risk, you have to ask yourself, is your will strong enough? Are you really not afraid of death? Are you really forced into a desperate situation? After asking, Yuan Hanjin's tone became stern again. Yang Qinya fell silent again when he heard this. Let's go back. Yuan Hanjin raised his hand and sighed. Actually, I don't want my disciples to go to that place anymore. That lousy place. After a few more years, perhaps even a lower divine emperor won't be able to enter. At that time, it will be completely destroyed. Although Yuan Hanjin was just mumbling the last two sentences, Yang Qinya heard it clearly. "Master, I'll take my leave." Yang Qinya took his leave, but he could not calm down for a long time. The supreme divine abode. It was a divine object that the supreme experts prepared for their juniors. It could defy the heavens and change their fate. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to go in. However, when he thought about the dangers hidden within and how his senior brothers and senior sisters whom he had never met had died in there, he shrank back in his heart. He wanted to avenge his 2 childhood friends and a few elders. That's right. However, He had not thought about risking his life for this. Even if I have to die together with the Duan Lingtian to avenge them, I don't think I'll be willing to do that, right? Yang Qianye thought to himself as he left his master's place of cultivation. After Yang Qianye left, a cold light flashed in Yuan Hanjin's eyes. Perhaps I can try again. One last time. Just one last time. Although this disciple's talent and comprehension are not as good as the others, his tenacity is far greater than theirs. However, the hatred in his heart is not strong enough. Chapter 3970. For Duan Lingtian, the Chunyang school was his blessed land. Ever since he came to the Chunyang school, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. This was partly due to his own efforts and partly due to the Chunyang school. He was responsible for refining supreme, divine elixirs. Some rare herbs that could not be obtained in the Tianlong clan could be obtained in the Chunyang school. This allowed him to refine even more precious divine elixirs. In addition, the Chunyang school provided him with a large number of practical resources, and Yunfeng spared no effort to help him. His cultivation had improved by a small margin almost every once in a while. Elder Zhen said that if I can become a middle-level divine emperor in 20 years, I can go with him to the trade fair held by the 5 top divine emperor forces in Tanglun province. Based on my current cultivation speed, I should be able to do so a few years earlier. Duan Lingtian cultivated in his own place. Occasionally, when he was done, he would walk out of his room and take a deep breath before continuing his cultivation. On top of that, if he felt that cultivating was too boring, he would refine some divine pellets and use the Supreme Master's Godhead, as well as the floating image pearls that the Pure Sun sect had lent him, which recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in space law, to further his comprehension of space law. His comprehension of the law of space had improved rapidly. He believed that he had surpassed all the clear void elders in the Chunyang school and caught up with most of the spirit void elders in the Chunyang school. Of course, he was only catching up with the ordinary spirit void elders. Qin Wuyan and Zhao Lu were the best of the Chunyang school's spirit void elders. Duan Lingtian knew that his current attainments in the law of space were not as good as theirs. The Chunyang school's law chamber was also open to Duan Lingtian, but it was no longer of much help to his law. This was because the Chunyang school's law chamber was on the same level as the Tianlong clan's law chamber, except that the spiritual energy supplied to the law chamber was more abundant. The Chunyang school was one of the top 5 God Emperor level powerhouses in the Tanglun province. The amount of God stones and God crystals it possessed was definitely not something a God Emperor level powerhouse like the Tianlong clan could compare to. Of course, the law chamber was useless against Duan Lingtian's law of space, but it was still useful against other laws. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that if he only went to the space law chamber, even if he stayed inside until the 7 prefectures' feast began, no one in the Chunyang school would say anything. However, if he stayed in the other law chamber for too long, there would definitely be people who would object. After all, the Chunyang school was generous to him in the hopes that he would rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures' feast. The law of space was helpful in increasing his strength, but it was obvious that other laws could not be improved to the point where they could help him rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures' feast in such a short time. No one was a fool. It was also because of this that although Duan Lingtian had the privilege of entering the law chamber granted to him by the Chunyang school, he did not squander it. If I let the rest of my law doppelgangers go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of space now, there will definitely be many people who will object. However, once I rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures' feast and let the rest of my law doppelgangers go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of space, no one will dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian was now thinking the same thing. Although he was not afraid of gossip, he did not want Jin Pingfan to be put in a difficult position. He hadn't spent much time with Zhen Yunfeng, but he was quite familiar with Zhen Yunfeng's son, Zhen Pingfan. Not putting Zhen Yunfeng in a difficult position was the same as not putting Zhen Pingfan in a difficult position. Time flew by as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Chunyang School was calm and peaceful. Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate day after day. He rarely went out because he no longer needed to refine other supreme divine pills to aid his cultivation. The divine pills in his possession were enough for him to reach the intermediate divine emperor realm. All he lacked now was time. Ping Sheng's branch. It was also the branch of Yang Qinya, the son of the myriad demon sect master. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man of medium build, dressed in an unremarkable blue robe. His features were ordinary and resolute, but his eyes were bright and piercing. "Greetings, martial uncle." When the middle-aged man appeared above Ping Sheng's branch, an old figure flashed out of the void and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. "Little Yu Nian." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the old man. Then he left under the old man's respectful gaze. The old man was the elder of Ping Sheng's branch who was in charge of patrolling this area. From the way he addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious that he was a generation younger than the middle-aged man. In terms of appearance, he was good enough to be the middle-aged man's father. Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the sect was somber. Duan Lingtian's departure did not have much impact on the Tianlong clan's War of the Emperors. Of course, as a genius from the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's departure to Chunyang School had caused quite a stir in the Tianlong clan. After all, he was personally invited to go to Chunyang School by an Emperor God expert from Chunyang School. In the history of the Tianlong clan, there had never been such a person. Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man who had been with Ping Sheng's branch in Chunyang School not long ago appeared near the Tianlong clan at this moment, looking in the direction of the Tianlong clan from afar. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. In the next instant, he had already left the Tianlong clan, and no one in the Tianlong clan noticed his appearance. From the middle-aged man's following itinerary, he did not intend to go to the Tianlong clan. He was just passing by from Chunyang School to the Million Demon sect, a god-emperor level sect under the Tianlong clan. He had to pass by the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! A divine artifact spaceship was moving at a moderate speed toward the Million Demon sect. The departure point was near the Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man, who had previously stayed near the Tianlong temple for a while, was now sitting cross-legged in the spaceship. In front of him, floating image pearls were suspended in the air. There were more than 20 of them. As he used a part of his divine sense to merge with these 20 floating image pearls, more than 20 floating image mirror images appeared at the right time, scattered in the void of the cabin of the divine artifact spaceship. However, these 20-plus images all had one thing in common, and that was that among the 2 or more people fighting, one of them was the same person. These were the floating image mirror images of one person fighting. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the same person in these floating image mirror images at a glance. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. It was none other than the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. He was a high-level divine emperor whose strength was comparable to the golden dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. He was also the youngest person in the Tianlong clan. Even if there was no emperor battle, he still had a chance to step into the divine emperor realm in the future. In the floating image mirror images, it could be seen that Long Qingchong was proficient in the law of metal. When he attacked, golden light bloomed, and the sky was filled with dazzling fist shadows. It's still a little difficult for me to imitate his techniques. After all, I'm not proficient in the law of metal. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, and his eyebrows knitted together. After a while, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly flashed. I almost forgot. The clan leader of the Million Demon sect, Lan Qing, is only a low-level divine emperor. I'm not proficient in the law of metal, but it's very difficult to distinguish the level of divine power recorded in the floating image mirror images. I just need to keep the flaws on the surface. That's simple. 3 days later, the Million Demon sect had an uninvited guest. An uninvited guest who had silently entered the Million Demon sect's encampment. Moreover, he had appeared directly in the cultivation grounds of the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, Lan Qing, and had alarmed the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil sect. Lan Qing had been forcefully killed in front of a group of people. From the beginning to the end, no one had time to use their divine senses to investigate the person who had killed Lan Qing. Plop! However, a floating image pearl prepared by an unknown person fell near Lan Qing's corpse. After someone picked it up and looked at it, they could see that the entire process of Lan Qing's death was recorded. A tall and burly person shrouded in a black robe made a powerful move and killed Lan Qing with just a few moves. In just a few moves, the law of metal merged with the divine power and released a dazzling light. However, no one paid attention to this. The clan leader has been killed. The person who came is definitely a high-level divine emperor. A mid-level divine emperor doesn't have such strength. Should we tell this news to that child, Qinya? Let's not tell him for now. The 7 Prefectures banquet is coming soon, and he's the prodigy of the Chunyang school. He might be cultivating in seclusion recently and might not have received the news. Moreover, he has the clan leader's soul pearl. If he finds out, he'll definitely come back. The sect leader of the Million Demon sect, Lan Qing, had been killed. Even though the Million Demon sect's higher-ups tried their best to conceal the news still leaked. For a time, the entire Million Demon sect began to panic. In fact, the last time the Heavenly Dragon sect came and executed a group of higher-ups, it seemed that everyone was in danger. Now, even the sect master was killed in his own cultivation area in the Thousand Devil sect's encampment. Immediately, the Thousand Devil sect could no longer suppress the panic in their hearts, and many people were already preparing to leave the Thousand Devil sect. They felt that it was too dangerous to stay in the Million Demon sect. While the Million Demon sect was in chaos, a divine artifact flying back to the Chunyang school at the exaggerated speed of a high-level divine emperor. Not long after, it returned to the Chunyang school. Half a month later, this is, in the pure Yang sect, Ping Sheng's faction, Yang Qinya, who had just woken up from his cultivation and was about to take out a divine pill from his storage ring to continue cultivating, suddenly noticed the shattered pieces of soul orbs in the corner of his storage ring from the corner of his eye. In the next moment, Yang Qinya came to his senses. Was this not the soul pearl of his father, Lan Qing? Father! Yang Qinya's pupils contracted rapidly, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He even let out a shrill cry of grief. Chapter 3971. Yang Qinya was about to go crazy. His father had actually passed away during his cultivation this time. Moreover, no one had informed him beforehand. Although he did not follow his father's surname. His surname was Yang because his father wanted to commemorate his mother who had died many years ago. His mother's surname was Yang. His mother had died because she wanted to protect him and his father. At that time, he was still in his infancy. After that, his father took on the role of both a father and a mother and raised him up. He had enjoyed the love of a father since he was young. In his eyes, his father was even more important than himself. Why was he so outstanding in the Thousand Demon sect? In fact, other than his talent and comprehension, it was more because of his hard work and diligence. Sometimes, even his father could not stand it and told him to be flexible. Why did he work so hard? He wanted to become more powerful so that he could protect his father and the 10,000 Demon sect. In his opinion, the 1,000 Demon sect was too weak. In Tanlung province, There were countless experts who had the ability to destroy the 1,000-demon sect. Those God Emperor level forces, even if they were already past their prime. Just one order was enough to annihilate the myriad devil sect and even kill his father. He had secretly sworn to his mother that he would take good care of his father for her and do his best to protect his father. In the past, he had worked hard and diligently. How many times had he risked going berserk in order to break through? There had always been an obsession in his heart, and that was his father. It could be said that the reason he could live for so long was all because of his father. His father was the most important person in his life. He was even more important than himself. If he could bring his father back to life, he would be willing to exchange his life for his father's. No, maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe my father is still alive. Yang Qinya, who seemed to have gone crazy, suddenly calmed down. The whole process happened without any warning. Ask the martial uncles in the sect. Maybe my father is still alive. Maybe it's just a problem with the soul orb. Yes, it must be. The quality of the soul orb is not good, so it broke. My father is definitely alive. My father is definitely alive. Yang Qinya kept thinking like this to numb himself. However, when he took out the soul orb of one of the martial uncles and was about to send a message, he hesitated. What if it was true? No, there was no what if. There's no what if. In the end, Yang Qinya's entire body began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and sent out a message. Then, as if he wanted to confirm something, he took out a few soul beads and sent out another message. Then, all he had to do was wait. For Yang Qinya, this moment, even if it was just an instant, felt like an extremely long wait. Moments later, the first message arrived. Qinya, my condolences. Then there was a second voice. Martial nephew, my condolences. Don't be too sad. The spirit of the sect master in heaven would not want to see you sad because of him. After that, the third and fourth rays of light also arrived. A series of messages entered Yang Qinya's ears, causing him to be completely dumbstruck. It was as if he had been possessed. It was as if he had originally thought that there was hope, but at this moment he had been sentenced to death. His father was really gone. His father, who had raised him up as both his father and mother, was gone. No one cared about the problems he encountered due to his overly diligent cultivation. And no one often nagged him, hoping that he would get married and have children soon. That was it. It was all gone. Yang Qinya was in a daze for 3 days and 3 nights before he came back to his senses and completely accepted the fact. At this time, he also knew that no matter how sad he was, it would not change anything. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was dead. Father is gone, father is gone. Who on earth is it? Who killed my father? Yang Qinya opened his eyes wide, and a fierce light burst out of his eyes. His originally handsome face became somewhat ferocious at this moment. Then he sent a message to his master, Yuan Hanjin. Master, my father is dead. I want to go back to the 1,000-demon sect to see who killed him. On the other side, Yuan Hanjin was somewhat in disbelief. What happened? Why did your father suddenly die? I will go with you. I, Yuan Hanjin, want to see who dares to kill the family of my disciple. As Yuan Hanjin said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Master, Yang Qinya could hear the anger in his master's tone and was naturally quite moved. Wait for me. Not long after Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, he arrived and took Yang Qinya to the 1,000-demon sect in the Divine Emperor-grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. Master, you don't have to be so fast. For the Divine Emperor-grade spaceship to travel at such a fast speed, I am afraid it will cost a lot of divine gems, right? Yang Qinya looked at Yuan Hanjin with red eyes and said in a hoarse voice, At this time, you don't have to worry about this. Yuan Hanjin said in a deep voice, It is a pity that there is no divine emperor-grade spaceship in the 1,000-demon sect. Otherwise, I will definitely borrow one for you and return at the speed of a high-level divine emperor. If it is at the speed of a high-level divine emperor, it will take less than half a day to return to the 1,000-demon sect. Yuan Hanjin said. Master, when Yang Qinya heard this, his eyes became even redder. He was touched. However, with the divine emperor-grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level divine emperor, the two of them returned to the 1,000-demon sect in a few days. After returning to the 1,000-demon sect, naturally they went to find the truth behind the death of the sect leader of the 1,000-demon sect, Lanqing. A floating image pearl and a floating image mirror image revealed the truth behind Lanqing's death. He is tall and burly, and is skilled in the law of metal. When he attacked, his fists were dazzling and overbearing. He is probably a high-level divine emperor, Yuan Hanjin muttered after looking at the floating image mirror image. Then he looked at Yang Qinya and asked, Is there such a person among the enemies of the 1,000-demon sect? As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, Yang Qinya shook his head, and one of the supreme elders of the 1,000-demon sect standing next to him said respectfully to Yuan Hanjin, Elder Yuan, our 1,000-demon sect will definitely not have such an enemy. If we had such an enemy, the 1,000-demon sect would have been destroyed a long time ago. Now, we suspect that we don't know when the sect leader offended a higher god emperor, or when the supreme elder reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Yang Qinya and hesitated. At this time, Yang Qinya opened his mouth and said, Father has always been cautious. He would never offend such a person. Even if he had such a backer, he would not offend him. As for me, I don't think I have offended such a person. Yang Qinya's voice became even hoarser. He had seen his father's body that had been frozen by the people of the 1,000-demon sect and had suppressed his voice for a while. He did not cry. This was because when he was young, his father had told him that a man should not cry. Since he has been dead for a while, I think you must have investigated it. Yuan Hanjin looked at the people of the 1,000-demon sect and asked indifferently, We have. Another supreme elder stepped forward and took out a few floating image pearls. Then he showed the soul pearls to Yuan Hanjin and Yang Qinya. Elder Yuan, Qinya, take a look. The floating image pearls showed a few mirror images. These mirror images all had the same person. This person was tall and burly. His back gave them a familiar feeling. When he attacked, his fists were everywhere. At the same time, he was also skilled in the law of metal, although this person's strength was only at the level of a middle divine emperor. His back and figure were too similar to the figure in the floating image mirror image that had killed the sect master of the 1,000-demon sect, Lanqing. They could be overlapped. Who is he? Yang Qinya lost his self-control and looked at the supreme elders of the 1,000-demon sect with red eyes. He asked in a low voice. The supreme elders looked at each other for a while. In the end, one of them stepped forward and sighed. He is the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The images in these floating image pearls are of him fighting when he was a medium-level godly emperor, said Qin Feng. Now he is already a high divine emperor. At this point, a hint of fear flashed in the supreme elder's eyes. Then he looked at Yuan Hanjin. At this time, Yang Qinya had already knelt in front of Yuan Hanjin. Master, please avenge my father. The sect master of the Tianlong clan was a high divine emperor. Naturally, he was not someone he could deal with. Moreover, the Tianlong clan was a big family. He could not afford to offend them. He could only rely on his master. If he really did it, I will give you and your father justice. Yuan Hanjin glanced at Yang Qinya and said in a low voice, However, I am afraid that he will not admit it. If he does not admit it, there is nothing I can do to him. Although the Tianlong clan does not have an emperor god now, they have many favors in the past. There is no lack of emperor gods who bear the burden of those favors. It is easy to kill him, but if I kill him without conclusive evidence, I and the Chunyang school will be attacked by some emperor gods, Yuan Hanjin said and shook his head. However, I still have to pay a visit to the Tianlong clan. Then Yuan Hanjin took Yang Qinya to the Tianlong clan to question the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong, of course, denied it. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it was meaningless to make a blood oath, he would have made a blood oath. A blood oath could only promise what would happen in the future. It was meaningless to make another oath about what had already happened. Under such circumstances, Yuan Hanjin could only leave with Yang Qinya. At the same time, he sighed. Without conclusive evidence, Master can't kill him. I hope you can understand, Master. Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. At this time, Yang Qinya was no longer hysterical in front of Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. It was as if he had completely calmed down. He suddenly looked up at Yuan Hanjin and said resolutely, Master, I want to enter the divine abode. Chapter 3972. The Most Powerful Spiritual Abode. Yuan Hanjin was taken aback by Yang Qinya's words. He shook his head and said, Let's talk about it after you've recovered from the pain. We'll see when the time comes. That place is ultimately too dangerous. Yuan Hanjin said. Master, Yang Qinya said stubbornly, Didn't you tell me that the spiritual abode is a test of willpower? I think I'm strong enough to do it now. To me, my father is the most important person in the world. He's been the one who has supported me all this time. Now that he's gone, my previous beliefs have changed. Now, I just want to avenge him. Yang Qinya's tone gradually turned cold. Now, death means nothing to me. If I don't enter the spiritual abode, it'll be difficult for me to avenge him. The Tianlong clan may not be able to compete with the Chunyang school in the short term. However, Duan Lingtian is from the Tianlong clan. I don't think he'll stand by and watch as I target the Tianlong clan's clan leader. Of course, as you said earlier, if possible, I want to kill him. Yang Qinya added, Don't worry, Master. If I really come out of the spiritual abode in the future, I'll be careful when I attack them. I won't implicate Master and Ping Sheng. Of course, after I succeed, if the fact that I'm involved is exposed, the Chunyang school won't tolerate me. At that time, to avoid suspicion, I might leave the Chunyang school for a while. When I become invincible in the Chunyang school, I'll return to the Chunyang school and help you become the Chunyang school's clan leader. As long as I succeed in my revenge, my life will be yours, Master. In the past, I lived for my father. In the future, I'll live for Master. Of course, the premise is that I come out of the spiritual abode alive. Yang Qinya's tone was resolute, as if there was no room for negotiation. Yuan Hanjin sighed when he heard Yang Qinya's words. I'll give you 1 more month to think about it. If you still want to go after 1 month, I'll take you there. Thank you, Master. While Yang Qinya thanked Yuan Hanjin, he did not notice that there was a gleam in Yuan Hanjin's eyes, as if he had succeeded in his plot. He really didn't think that everything would go so smoothly, although he knew that this disciple of his definitely had deep feelings for his father, and if his father died, he would definitely want to take revenge. But he didn't expect that his conviction would actually be so strong. This belief was much stronger than the belief of his other disciple, who wasn't an orphan. In the past, he had also secretly taken action and returned to the family of a disciple of his sect. He made that disciple enter the most powerful divine dwelling with a heart full of hatred, but he still failed. However, that disciple's obsession was not as strong as Yang Qinya's. Maybe he'll really succeed. Yuan Hanjin's eyes were filled with anticipation. If he can get into the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast, one of the 2 spots will belong to the Hidden Sword faction, and the other spot will most likely go to my father. I think those few people will be too embarrassed to fight for it. After all, this is the only chance that my disciple has ever won. At this moment, Yuan Hanjin could already see the scene of his disciple, Yang Qinya, shining brightly in the 7 prefectures banquet. Yun Peak's faction, Duan Lingtian was cultivating, and Zhen Pingfan had promised him that if he could become a medium divine emperor within 20 years, he would give him a spot to participate in the trade meet. The trade meet was jointly organized by the 5 top divine emperors in Tanglong province. Generally speaking, there would be a trade meet like this 10 years before the 7 prefectures feast. This was also a tradition in Tanglong province. The trade fair was mainly for the major forces to exchange what they had and what they didn't need for the time being for things that they could use. Everyone took what they needed. Of course, during the trade meet, some elders of the major factions would also initiate gambling matches between their disciples. They would put up a wager, and the younger disciples would decide who would win the wager. In short, the trade meet before the 7 prefectures feast was a rare event in Tanglong province. Although only the top 5 God Emperor powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture were allowed to participate, and no one was allowed to spectate. However, some interesting news would still spread, and everyone would know about it. Whoosh! A wave of air raged in a room, and even the doors and windows were blown open. A figure sitting cross-legged on a bed suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian leaped off the bed and stood up. A wave of restless divine energy swirled around his body as though a group of disobedient electric snakes were slithering back and forth. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The divine energy that was moving restlessly around him like electric snakes seemed to have completely calmed down. "I've broken through." A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. "I've reached the middle divine emperor realm. Now, it's been less than 100 years since I arrived at the Shengang land. In less than half a year, I've gone from a god to a middle divine emperor realm. That's not bad, right?" Duan Lingtian asked himself. He was quite satisfied with his achievement. Of course, he was satisfied, but he was not arrogant. In fact, he knew that he was not qualified to be arrogant. In the next moment, the smile on his face froze. In another 200 years, the spatial passage between the realm of gods and the lower secondary realm will be opened again. At that time, it'll be 1,000 years. Moreover, Kerr isn't in the divine offering land now. I don't know if she'll return to the divine offering land at that time. The planar battlefield to her is still too dangerous. I hope she'll be fine. When I become a god emperor, I'll think of a way to go to the realm battlefield in the divine offering land. I wonder if a lesser god emperor can do it. What I know now is that Elder Yi can cross the realm battlefield from one realm of gods to another realm of gods. This is because the realm battlefield is similar to one another. Elder Yi is a middle divine emperor, and Linghu Renfeng, she should be a middle divine emperor as well. A lesser god emperor shouldn't be as strong as the one she displayed when she invaded the Tianlong clan. Although Duan Lingtian's understanding of the strength of a god emperor was still vague, he could roughly estimate a person's cultivation base through certain things. At the very least, it was certain that Yi Qinfeng of the Hidden Sword lineage was a middle divine emperor. As for Linghu Renfeng, although it was just a guess, he felt that it was not far from the truth. A middle divine emperor was a conservative estimate, but perhaps a higher divine emperor? Moreover, if what Linghu Renja said was true, Linghu Renfeng could be considered his mother-in-law. Back then, you purposely made a trip to the Tianlong clan and gave me a lot of resources. You're very considerate. When he thought of the voice in the Tianlong clan and the spatial ring that suddenly appeared in his hand, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Back then, the other party must have wanted to help him. As for asking Linghu Renja to hide the news, it was most likely to test him. It was also to prevent him from coming into contact with these things too early, so as to avoid too much pressure. However, this mother-in-law of his had most likely underestimated him. Duan Lingtian. He, Duan Lingtian, had fought his way out of the mundane realms. How could he be defeated by such a small setback? Kerr, wait for me! Duan Lingtian's gaze became more and more resolute. It was only after long while that his gaze softened again, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. This time, it's 2 years ahead of schedule. Just as well. In these 2 years, I'll take some divine pills and consolidate my cultivation as a middle divine emperor. Just now, the divine power on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body was restless. It was a sign that his cultivation had just broken through and was still unstable. Elder Zhen. However, before consolidating his cultivation, Duan Lingtian still greeted Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, I've broken through to the middle divine emperor realm. Before the trade fair, I'll go into seclusion again to consolidate my cultivation. When you're leaving, remember to call me. After sending this message, Duan Lingtian went into seclusion again. He activated the formation and blocked the transmission. You've broken through? At this moment, Zhan Fan was chatting with his father at his cultivation place. When he received Duan Lingtian's message, he instinctively exclaimed in a low voice. What breakthrough? Zhen Yunfeng asked curiously. It's Duan Lingtian. He just sent me a message saying that he's broken through. Zhen Pingfan said in a hoarse voice. What? Zhan Yunfeng was so shocked that he rose from his seat. At the same time, his powerful divine consciousness swept out and reached Duan Lingtian's residence in the blink of an eye. However, when he saw that the formation in Duan Lingtian's residence had been activated, he retracted his divine consciousness. This little fellow, he's broken through so quickly? After retracting his divine consciousness, Zhen Yunfeng's eyes lit up. It seems like we, Yunfeng, have really picked up a treasure this time. He didn't reply to me. He must be in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation base. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's gaze was somewhat complicated. When I told him about the trade fair previously, I hoped to give him some motivation. I didn't expect him to break through in such a short time. It's been 2 years since he broke through. Zhen Pingfan sighed with emotion. Zhan Yunfeng said with a smile, based on the strength he displayed in the past, he's already at the intermediate divine emperor stage. Unless the other 7 mansions and a few other forces have a heaven-defying trump card, he should be in the top 10 in the 7 mansions grand banquet this time. A heaven-defying trump card? Zhen Pingfan's expression turned solemn. I hope he's not that unlucky, that's right. Suddenly, as though he recalled something, Zhen Pingfan looked at Zhan Yunfeng and asked, Father, you said Junior Uncle Ye's original body went into seclusion as soon as he returned. Yes. Zhan Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Then his eyes lit up. Perhaps our Chunying school has seen another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. The last time it appeared was 100,000 years ago, said Li Yundong. Chapter 3973. High-grade divine artifacts were divided into 3 grades. High-grade divine artifacts that did not have an artifact soul. High-grade divine artifacts that had an artifact soul, but the artifact soul was not mature. High-grade divine artifacts that had a complete artifact soul. Each of the 3 types of divine artifacts was stronger than the other. Currently, there were a few high-grade divine artifacts in the Chunying school. They were in the hands of the void-pierced stage elders of the Chunying school. They could be considered as the best divine artifacts in the Chunying school. As for high-grade divine artifacts that had a complete artifact soul, the last time such a divine artifact appeared in the Chunying school was 100,000 years ago. However, that divine artifact was not passed down. This was because the expert who owned the divine artifact in the Chunying school was killed. Even the divine artifact had become the spoils of war. If Junior Uncle Yi obtains a high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, His strength will rise to another level, right? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Zhen Yunfeng smiled and said, "That's for sure. Let's see when he can finish nurturing his artifact soul." Half a year ago, Yi Qinfeng had successfully returned to the Chunyang school. His journey was quite smooth. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only knew that his master, Feng Qingyang, was planning to head to the Plains of Gods 10 years after he broke through to the God Emperor realm. "Master, be careful when you reach the Plains of Gods." In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian's clone of the law of time bade farewell to Feng Qingyang's main body with a solemn expression. At the same time, he reminded Feng Qingyang, even though his master had obtained the inheritance of an utmost expert, that inheritance was actually only a spiritual inheritance. There was no material inheritance. It was very helpful to his master, but it was also limited. If his master had a supreme expert's divine spark that contained the law of time, his strength would be even more heaven-defying. "Don't worry." Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled. "I'll leave an Earth Law avatar here. If anything happens in the realms of gods, I'll be able to contact you immediately." After saying that, Feng Qingyang added, "As long as you're not too unlucky, there shouldn't be a problem. Don't forget that whether it was in the Saint Province realm or the solitary destructive heaven, I've always relied on myself to reach where I am today. And now, with your guidance, my future path will be much smoother." Speaking of which, Feng Qingyang's gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became somewhat complicated. He really never thought that there would be a day when he actually needed to rely on the guidance of a disciple of his sect. His disciple had surpassed him ever since he went to the realms of gods. Although he was happy for his disciple, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel any pressure. After all, he was the master. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "In any case, you can look for me if you need anything, master. My time law avatar will stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Currently, Duan Lingtian had 2 law avatars in the lower realms. His time law avatar was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, while his space law avatar was in the mundane realms to accompany his family. Initially, he had planned to bring his family to the Devata realms where the environment was better. However, due to the fact that a few of his family members were in closed-door cultivation, he decided to postpone his plan. He planned to travel to the Devata realms when everyone was present. Naturally, he did not plan to bring his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any enemies in the Devata realms, he decided to be careful. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was too big of a target. Who knew if Yun Qinyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, would suddenly send someone who was not a native of the Devata realms to cause trouble for him and his family through the divine void-piercing shuttle. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a place to stay in the Devata realms, in the heavenly palace of another Devata realm. The heavenly emperor of the Devata realm was overjoyed when Duan Lingtian concealed his identity and announced his intention to bring his disciples to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. The heavenly emperor was naturally overjoyed when he saw Duan Lingtian, a godly powerhouse, was willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. Moreover, he even prepared a beautiful valley for Duan Lingtian to stay in. It would be a place where Duan Lingtian's disciples could stay in. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently set up many formations in the valley. Even the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm would not be able to break the formations, let alone others. Duan Lingtian did not plan to let his family meet the heavenly palace of the Devata realm. He had chosen the heavenly palace of the Devata realm because of the good cultivation environment. After all, the divine stones in the Devata realm were much better than the cultivation environment he had created. It was also because he was not there in person. Otherwise, he could have let his family stay in his small world because the cultivation environment in his small world was better. Moreover, he did not think there was anyone in the Devata realms who could threaten him. Even if someone could threaten him, he could at least escape, right? 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 years and a month since Duan Lingtian became a medium divine lord. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine artifact flying ship was flying west of Chunyang School at an extremely fast speed. The speed of this divine artifact flying ship was not slow, comparable to that of a lower divine lord, and this was under the condition that Jinping Fan was saving divine crystals. If he did not care about the cost and used divine crystals, the speed of this divine artifact flying ship would be able to reach the speed of an ordinary upper divine lord. However, there was no need for him to speed up. The reason for that was because the people from the Pure Sun sect had all set off for the trade meet ahead of time. This Flying God artifact belonged to Zhen Pingfan. Currently, the people in the Flying God artifact were not only from the Yun Peak progeny, but there were also people from the Hidden Sword progeny, the Righteous progeny, and the other 2 progenies that Duan Lingtian had never met before. Although there were no clear factions in Chunyang School, there were still some progenies who were close to each other. Although some progenies were not enemies, they were closer to each other. The Hidden Sword progeny and Yun Peak progeny had always been close. As for the Righteous progeny, Patriarch Lan Jingming of the Righteous Light faction was the martial nephew of Patriarch Zhen Yunfeng of the Yun Peak faction. Although they were martial nephews, Zhen Yunfeng and Lan Jingming were actually master and disciple. This was because Zhen Yunfeng's senior brother had passed away rather early. Not long after he had taken Lan Jingming in, he had perished outside. Later on, he'd broken through and become a great god, established his own progeny, and gathered the people of his late master's progeny. He had Zhen Yunfeng's support as well. Because of this, the Righteous progeny and Yun Peak progeny had always been on good terms. Even Zhen Pingfan and his senior brother, Lan Zhengming, were close. The other 2 progenies were also the junior nephews of Zhen Yunfeng, the patriarch of the Yun Peak progeny, so they were close to the Yun Peak progeny. They'd informed the Yun Peak progeny that they would be traveling with them before they set off for the trade fair because they knew that Zhen Pingfan would be leading the Yun Peak progeny. Zhen Pingfan liked to join in on the fun. With an Emperor God expert leading the team, they were not worried about the safety of their disciples. Moreover, the Hidden Sword progeny would most likely be traveling with the Yun Peak progeny. The Hidden Sword progeny would most likely send an Emperor God expert, Elder Jingshu. Then, people from various progenies were surrounding Zhen Pingfan and chatting. Looking at Zhen Pingfan's impatient look, it was obvious that he wasn't used to being surrounded by people. All right, quiet down. Don't disturb the juniors' cultivation. As Zhen Pingfan spoke, he pointed at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on one side of the spaceship. Duan Lingtian, who just closed his eyes, happened to see the scene. It made Duan Lingtian speechless. I just greeted the Hidden Sword progenies, Elder Jingshu, and was about to close my eyes to rest. You're talking as though I've been cultivating all this while. Do you think I'm blind? However, Duan Lingtian didn't expose Zhen Pingfan. After closing his eyes, he didn't move anymore, as though he was really cultivating. When they heard Zhen Pingfan's words, the people from various progenies who were chatting all shut their mouths. After looking at each other and smiling, they found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Lan Shilin sat cross-legged on one side of the spaceship and stared at Duan Lingtian on the other side with a hazy gaze. Almost at the same moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hazy gaze. Lu Hui's voice transmission rang in his ears. Don't show any hostility towards Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if anything happens to Duan Lingtian outside, someone will blame it on you. Right now, Duan Lingtian is Chunyang School's treasure. At the end, Lu Hui seemed a little hesitant, but he still added, When we entered the spaceship just now, I discovered that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to middle-level godly emperor. As soon as Lu Hui said this, Lan Shilin's expression changed drastically. He broke through. How is that possible? How long has it been? Lan Shilin couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Although it's shocking, it's the truth. Lu Hui said in a heavy tone, "This Duan Lingtian is indeed a genius." After a moment, Lan Shilin came back to his senses and replied coldly to Lu Hui through voice transmission. "Maybe he's a little genius, but I think it's more because of the resources the sect has spent on him. I only hope that he works hard and doesn't disappoint the sect and get into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast. Otherwise, the sect will definitely make him spit out all the resources he's taken. At the very least, he'll have to spit out all the resources from our righteous, radiant sect. Last time, when Chunyang School gave Duan Lingtian resources, it wasn't just the sect's resources, but also the resources gathered from various progenies. This was because they wanted resources that were useful to Duan Lingtian, a godly emperor, and not other resources. Even the Pure Sun sect's treasury was limited in terms of targeted resources. Chapter 3974. Of course, the people on Duan Lingtian's ship couldn't be the only ones from Chunyang School to participate in the trade fair. There were several other ships nearby that were going with them. As for those few spaceships, there were also people from 2 or more branches in each of those spaceships. Duan Lingtian's ship had a lot of people. There were 5 people from different branches. After all, there were only 19 branches in Chunyang School. He's a good kid. The representative from the hidden sword bloodline was an old man. He wore a long, light golden robe, the edges of which were silver. He had a kind face, and he sat there cross-legged, looking like a benevolent elder. It's all thanks to him that Master was able to nurture the soul of Divine Sword. Hidden Sword Branch owes him a big favor. When Master came back this time, he summoned us and said, "From now on, Duan Lingtian is Hidden Sword Branch's benefactor. Those of the Hidden Sword faction must respect him. If anyone dares to offend him, they will be expelled from the faction." When the old man thought of this, he glanced at the few young disciples behind him. When he saw the battle intent and eagerness in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian, he felt helpless in his heart. He could understand the feelings of these little fellows. They were all divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Chunyang School. It was normal for them to want to compare themselves to others. Duan Lingtian had received so many resources from the school. Many people were dissatisfied with him. He asked himself if he was a genius of the same generation as Duan Lingtian. He would definitely be envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian. I didn't want to hurt them, however, to prevent them from provoking Duan Lingtian and angering Master. It's better to remind them. The old man's voice rang in the ears of the 4 young prodigies from the hidden sword progeny. Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the intermediate divine lord stage. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the 4 of you are no match for him. In fact, when they heard the old man's words, their expressions changed. Duan Lingtian had broken through? No wonder. No wonder he was in the mood to participate in the trade fair. For example, the strongest disciple from Hidden Sword Branch was still cultivating in seclusion to improve his cultivation and comprehend the laws of nature. He was preparing for the 7 prefectures' feast in 10 years. He was not in the mood to participate in the trade fair. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors, they didn't think much of it. Who knew if those 2 middle-level divine emperors were half dead? If they encountered those 2 middle-level divine emperors, they might be able to kill them. It was not until later on, when the Pure Sun sect paid a huge price to provide Duan Lingtian with a huge amount of resources to improve his strength, that they vaguely realized things were not as simple as they thought. Perhaps they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really killed the two middle-level divine emperors, why would Chunyang school spend so much money on him? As long as one didn't use their buttocks to think, they would think that it was impossible. Even so, they did not think Duan Lingtian was worth the sex investment. There were many middle-level divine emperors among the younger generation in Chunyang school who could easily kill ordinary middle-level divine emperors. For example, the monstrous genius from Hidden Sword Branch. Although they were all true martial disciples from Chunyang school, they were convinced by the monstrous genius strength. He was as strong as a superior divine emperor. Not many true martial disciples from Chunyang school were a match for him. Duan Lingtian has broken through. Doesn't that mean he's even stronger now that his cultivation base has broken through? When they thought of this, the people from Hidden Sword Branch withdrew their hostile gazes from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they felt bitter. Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, right? All of a sudden, they all felt that they had wasted all these years of their lives. The youngest among them was already over 7,000 years old. At the same time, the younger generation from the other two branches who had been looking at Duan Lingtian with hostility were also greatly affected by their elders' words. This time, each of the 5 branches was led by an elder. The rest were all true martial disciples from Chunyang school. On Yunpeik's side, apart from Duan Lingtian, there were 2 other people, a man and a woman. On the other hand, there were 4 people from Hidden Sword Branch. On the other hand, there were 3 true martial disciples from Righteous Branch, including Lan Shilin. As for the other 2 branches, there were 2 true martial disciples from each branch. In fact, none of the truly outstanding true martial disciples from Chunyang school had come to this trade fair. They were all cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the feast of the 7 prefectures to arrive. If Duan Lingtian had not broken through to the medium divine emperor stage in advance, Zhenping Fan would not have brought him along. Even if he had wanted to bring him along, the other emperor gods in the sect would probably have drowned him with their saliva. The sect had spent so much to cultivate Duan Lingtian, but it was not for him to follow Zhenping Fan on a sightseeing tour. Before they left this time, Zhenping Fan had told everyone, including the Chunyang school's headmaster, that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the medium divine emperor stage. The upper echelons of the Pure Sun sect all expressed their satisfaction with this. At the same time, they felt that they had bet on the right person. Of course, the specifics would depend on Duan Lingtian's performance at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Duan Lingtian had not planned to cultivate, but Zhenping Fan had said that he was cultivating, so he just put on an act. At first, he was just putting on an act, but as he went on, he realized that his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage was not very stable. Well, then he would continue to consolidate it. In the past 2 years, he had spent a lot of effort and consumed a lot of rare divine pills, many of which were ultimate divine pills. But he still had not completely consolidated it? Wasn't this too slow? When he had just broken through to the lower divine emperor stage, he had not seen it like this, even though he had crossed a big realm. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid it will take another half a year to completely consolidate my cultivation. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. That was too long, wasn't it? Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were not known by others, or he would have been beaten to death by others. Even if he had the help of divine pills, it would take decades or even centuries for him to completely consolidate his cultivation when he had just broken through to the medium divine emperor stage. Chunyang school had spent a lot of resources on Duan Lingtian, hoping that Duan Lingtian could break through to the medium divine emperor stage. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian could completely consolidate his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage. If they knew that Duan Lingtian could consolidate his cultivation at the medium divine emperor stage, perhaps their ambition would not be as simple as just getting into the top 10 in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Duan Lingtian was calmly consolidating his cultivation. It was also quiet in the divine artifact. Even if someone was not closing their eyes to rest or cultivating, they were communicating with each other through telepathy. 10 days later, they arrived at their destination without any problems. "We're here." Duan Lingtian was awakened by a voice that rang in his ears. "We're here." The trade fair would be held in the Seven Kills Valley, one of the top 5 Supreme God forces in Tanglung Province. Of course, it would only be held in the Seven Kills Valley this time. After 10,000 years, it would definitely be held in another location. However, it would not be held in the Chunyang School. Previously, it had been held in the Chunyang School. The Seven Kills Valley's base was as hidden as the Chunyang School's base. However, unlike the Chunyang School's base that was hidden in the void, the Seven Kills Valley's base was hidden under the ground. The Seven Kills Valley's base was an underground paradise. The vast underground world was where the Seven Kills Valley's base was located. Above their heads, countless luminous pearls hung high. Luminous pearls were rare items in the mundane realms. However, in the realms of gods, they were common daily necessities. They were no different from candles in the mundane realms. They were no different from light bulbs on earth. "Welcome, everyone from the Chunyang School. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, we meet again. This time there are 3 people from the Seven Kills Valley who came out to receive Duan Lingtian and the others. They were led into the Seven Kills Valley's base. The old man in the lead was also one of the Supreme God experts from the Seven Kills Valley. This was the second Supreme God expert from the Seven Kills Valley that Duan Lingtian had met. Previously, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, he had met another Supreme God expert from the Seven Kills Valley in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. That Supreme God expert had a verbal argument with the Supreme God expert from the Tao Mountain Villa in the Qing Province Prefecture. They had nearly fought. Later on, the Supreme God expert had even challenged the Supreme God expert to a battle in the Seven Kills Valley. Not long after Duan Lingtian recalled this matter, Jin Pingfan looked at him and said with a smile, "Elder Yu, previously in the Emperor Battle Realm between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect, Elder Deng Kuei from the Qing Province Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa challenged Elder Hong Yunxiao to a battle. I wonder what the outcome was." When Zhen Pingfan mentioned this matter, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Then he looked at the elder from the Seven Kills Valley who had received them this time. He had been thinking about this earlier. A battle between Supreme God experts should not be a joke. It was unlikely that it was just a casual challenge. Now, when he heard Zhen Pingfan mention this matter, his interest was immediately piqued. In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, the elder from the Seven Kills Valley smiled bitterly. Elder Hong Yunxiao is still a little inferior after all, although he has improved a lot over the years. Deng Kuei has not remained stagnant either. However, this time, he lasted much longer under Deng Kuei's attack. Overall, Elder Hong Yunxiao's improvement over the years is still greater than Deng Kuei's. In time, it is not impossible for Elder Hong Yunxiao to defeat Deng Kuei. Although Hong Yunxiao had lost, this elder from the Seven Kills Valley did not forget to praise Hong Yunxiao as he explained the facts. Although he was also a Supreme God expert from the Seven Kills Valley and had a high status, and Hong Yunxiao's strength was not as good as his. In terms of background, he was not as good as Hong Yunxiao. Hong Yunxiao, like Zhen Pingfan, had people above him. They did not rely on themselves. However, he could only rely on himself. He only had a group of disciples and no one above him. Chapter 39-75. Zhen Pingfan only smiled when he heard Elder use words from Seven Kills Valley. He knew that Hong Yunxiao had a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. Deng Kuei definitely did not have such a high-grade divine artifact. Hong Yunxiao had improved more than Deng Kuei over the years? That might not be the case. Elder Jingxiu from the Hidden Sword faction saw that Zhen Pingfan was not tactful at all. She looked at him helplessly and agreed with a smile. Of course. Elder Hong Yin-shao is much younger than Deng Kuei. It won't be long before he can catch up with Deng Kuei and even surpass Deng Kuei. Zhen Pingfan was his junior brother, and he knew Zhen Pingfan's temper. Seeing that the Seven Kills Valley elder was obviously embarrassed, he promptly stepped forward to smooth things over. The Seven Kills Valley elder's embarrassed, old face squeezed out a smile when he heard this. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, did the prodigy from the Tianlong clan named Duan Lingtian come with you this time? As he spoke, his gaze began to sweep past Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples from Chunyang School. A hint of curiosity appeared on his face. He's here. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan, who had been somewhat dispirited, suddenly became interested when he heard the Seven Kills Valley elder's question. What's the matter? Elder you, could it be that you want to find a prodigy from Seven Kills Valley to compete with Duan Lingtian? As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan looked at him with shining eyes. That's not impossible. When the Seven Kills Valley elder heard this, he looked deeply at Zhen Pingfan. A prodigy that you, Elder Zhen, personally went to find must be extraordinary. May I know who it is? As he asked this, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others again. He mainly glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lan Shalin because he felt that these two young people's temperaments were more outstanding than the others. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Yu. Elder Zhen smiled at this moment. Elder Yu. Duan Lingtian also smiled and greeted the other party at the right time. When the Seven Kills Valley elder heard this, his gaze froze. It was one of these two people. This was the prodigy from the Tianlong clan. Back then, when they learned that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 mid-level divine emperors in succession at the Tianlong clan by himself, the elders of Seven Kills Valley had also held an emergency meeting. In the end, they decided to send the best of the high-level divine emperors, the few experts below the emperor god level, to lead a team to recruit Duan Lingtian into the Seven Kills Valley. They had thought that they had shown enough sincerity. Unexpectedly, the other 3 forces were as sincere as they were. However, what was even more unexpected was that the Chunyang School had actually sent Zhen Pingfan, the Jingshu elder of Chunyang School and an emperor god expert, had actually left Chunyang School in person to go to the Tianlong clan to invite a brat who had just stepped into the divine emperor realm not long ago. Since Zhen Pingfan had made a move, the people they had sent out naturally could not hold the fort. In addition, Zhen Pingfan's deep threat had caused them to return early. This was because they felt that their chances were not high. In terms of sincerity, they were completely defeated by the Chunyang School. Duan Lingtian, I didn't have time last time. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Tianlong clan personally to invite you to the Seven Kills Valley. The old man said kindly, Thank you for your praise, Elder. However, I have already told Elder Qin Weiyang of Chunyang School that if I were to leave the Tianlong clan, I would prioritize the Chunyang School. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In other words, even if you went personally, I might not join the Seven Kills Valley. Qin Weiyang. The old man was stunned at first. Then he looked at Zhen Pingfan. Although Qin Weiyang was only an elder of Chunyang School, he had heard of Qin Weiyang because of his extraordinary background. Now it seemed that Duan Lingtian's entry into the Chunyang School was led by Qin Weiyang. It seemed that Qin Weiyang had a lot to do with Zhen Pingfan's actions. Thinking of this, the old man sighed secretly. If only Qin Weiyang was from the Seven Kills Valley, he would definitely be a qualified talent scout. Humph. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, one of the 2 young men behind Elder Yu of the Seven Kills Valley suddenly snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, it's your blessing that my master is willing to personally invite you to the Tianlong clan. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. The red-robed young man stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His tone was bone-chilling as well. Shut up." The old man reprimanded softly, but there was no anger on his face. He smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, please forgive my disciple for offending you." "It's all right, I don't mind." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not even look at the red-robed young man. At this moment, Lan Shilin, who had been silent all this while, spoke with a smile. "Dao Wei, aren't you recognized as one of the 3 strongest prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the 7 Kills Valley? Why don't you spar with the number 1 prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian? Let us see your strength." Dao Wei was one of the 3 most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the 7 Kills Valley. His strength was above Lan Shilin's. In the past, the 2 of them had some small conflicts. Because of Dao Wei's strength, Lan Shilin had suffered quite a bit. He had always been resentful. Now he wanted nothing more than for Dao Wei to fight with Duan Lingtian. Wouldn't it be great if the 2 people he hated perished together? Of course, he knew that was impossible. At most, the 2 of them would spar. No matter if it was the Emperor God powerhouses of the Chunyang school or the 7 Kills Valley, they would not allow anything to happen to the 2 of them. There must be some kind of stake in a spar. At this time, many of the people from the other branches of the Tianlong clan who were following behind also wanted to see the world in chaos. The people from the 19 branches of the Chunyang school were all present. However, because Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person among the people who came from the Chunyang school this time, he was the one who led the Chunyang school this time. He led the people from the Yun Peak branch, the Hidden Sword branch, the Righteous branch, and the other 2 branches at the front. The people who supported Lan Shilin now were the people from the other branches who followed behind. In fact, these people were also quite interested in Duan Lingtian's strength because they had already heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle-level divine emperor stage on the way here. They were all curious about how strong this young man who had been entrusted with high hopes by the sect was. As for Lan Shilin's claim that Duan Lingtian was the number 1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school, no one refuted it because there was no need to do so at this time. Moreover, this group of true force disciples from the Chunyang school this time was not the strongest group. They all admitted that they were not as good as Duan Lingtian. Elder Yu. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's eyes were unusually bright. He stared at the elder of the 7 Kills Valley and said with a smile, "So the person behind you is your outstanding disciple, Dao Wei. I've heard a lot about Dao Wei in the Chunyang school. Just now, from what you said, you don't object to the young heaven's pride from your sect fighting with Duan Lingtian. Why don't we let Dao Wei fight with Duan Lingtian?" Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. "I have no objections. It depends on the parties involved." The elder of the 7 Kills Valley, a lesser god emperor expert from the 7 Kills Valley, said with a smile as he stroked the goatee on his chin, "Master, I'd like to see the strength of the number 1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school." Dao Wei took a step forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The number 1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school? What arrogance! If he could defeat Duan Lingtian, then his reputation would be even greater than before. He had heard that the Chunyang school had spent a lot of resources on Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian could become a medium god emperor. Of course, he did not think that Duan Lingtian deserved the title of the number 1 heaven's pride under 10,000 years old in the Chunyang school. However, at this time, even if Duan Lingtian did not deserve it, he felt that it was good to give Duan Lingtian such a title. With this title, if he defeated Duan Lingtian, it would only make his Dao way more outstanding. "I don't have any objections." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, "However, I heard that there are prizes for the battles at the trade fair." "If there's no prize, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm lazy." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stretched lazily and said with a lazy expression on his face, "You're right." Yu Chanlian smiled when he heard this. Of course there will be a prize. I wonder what kind of prize Chunyang School is willing to give. Or do you want the 7 Kills Valley to give you a prize? He was quite confident in the strength of his disciple, Dao Wei. As for Duan Lingtian, if he had not become a medium god emperor, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Dao Wei. Even if he had become a medium god emperor, his cultivation would not have stabilized. At most, he would be able to fight Dao Wei to a draw. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian grinned innocently in front of everyone. Let's bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. A half-soul high-grade divine weapon. When Duan Lingtian said this, not only Yu Chanlian's pupil shrank, but also Dao Wei's face changed greatly. Even Zhen Pingfan had a stunned look on his face. The other people of Chunyang School, including Elder Jingshu of Sword Hidden Villa, were also shocked at this moment. They only had one thought in their minds. Would Chunyang School be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? In other words, would they be willing to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon? Could it be that Duan Lingtian obtained instructions of that person from Yun Peak? This was the thought in their minds at the moment. Even Zhen Pingfan was wondering if his father was going to bet a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for Duan Lingtian to bet with the people of 7 Kills Valley. Did his father have so much confidence in Duan Lingtian? For a moment, he could not help but send a message to his father. However, what he did not expect was that his father was also stunned after receiving his message, and then said that he did not know anything. This time, Zhen Pingfan was even more dumbfounded. Chapter 3976. Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His father didn't know about this. Then, where did the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that this kid mentioned come from? Duan Lingtian, don't speak recklessly. For a moment, Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but remind Duan Lingtian through telepathy. It's fine if the 7 Kills Valley doesn't agree, but once they agree and Dao Wei wins against you, you must take out the half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Otherwise, even I and the school won't be able to protect you. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary God Emperor level force. However, this was the 7 Kills Valley, a God Emperor level force that was on par with the Chunyang School in Tunglung Province. Although the overall strength of the 7 Kills Valley might not be comparable to the Chunyang School, the Chunyang School wouldn't want to make an enemy that was not much weaker than them. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't seem surprised when he heard Zhen Pingfan's telepathy. Of course I know. Since you know, why are you still betting? Where are you going to find a half-soul high-grade divine weapon to give to the 7 Kills Valley? Zhen Pingfan said impatiently. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. If I tell you that I'm going to win a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for you, can't you go and borrow the half-soul high-grade divine weapon in Elder Yunfeng's hand? Of course. Maybe I don't even need to borrow it, unless they want to see it with their own eyes. Zhen Pingfan was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words at first. Then, rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the Chunyang School, only a few Void Pierce Stage elders had a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Even he didn't have one. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, ever since he learned that Hong Yunxiao of the 7 Kills Valley obtained a half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he began to feel unbalanced. On what basis? In terms of strength, I, Zhen Pingfan, am much stronger than you, Hong Yunxiao. In terms of background, I, Zhen Pingfan, was in Chunyang School, but I'm not any weaker than you, Hong Yunxiao was in 7 Kills Valley. Of course, even though he felt it was unfair, he also knew that it was because Hong Yunxiao was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul, high-grade god artifact. Are you sure? Although Zhen Pingfan was confident in Duan Lingtian, he had to be cautious when it came to a high-grade, half-soul divine artifact. After all, in the entire Tunglung province, there were only 20 or so high-grade, half-soul divine artifacts. Most of them were in the hands of the middle God Emperor experts from the top 5 powers in Tanglung province. As long as he's not a high-grade God Emperor, I'm 100% sure. When Duan Lingtian transmitted to Zhen Pingfan again, even Zhen Pingfan could hear the absolute confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice. Good. I'll immediately inform my father. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Zhen Pingfan's eyes seemed to be shining. At the same time, he sent another message to his father, Duan Lingtian, and also mentioned Duan Lingtian's promise. Father, in the past 100,000 years of Tanglung province's history, there are only a few high-grade God Emperors under 10,000 years old. Moreover, Chunyang School is also paying attention to Dao Wei's cultivation. No matter how many resources we throw at him, it's impossible for him to break through and become a high-grade God Emperor. I think it's worth a bet. Zhen Pingfan transmitted. Zhen Yunfeng quickly replied, Of course I know what you're talking about. I also believe in Duan Lingtian's confidence. He can use my high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager. However, I think you're being too optimistic. Do you all think the people of Seven Kills Valley are so stupid? Do you think they'll be willing to play along with you? It's not like they don't know Duan Lingtian's background, Zhen Yunfeng said. Zhen Yunfeng said. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he immediately calmed down. However, when he looked at Yu Chanlian, the elder of Seven Kills Valley, his eyes still flashed with a faint light. Agree. Hurry up and agree. But I don't think Yu Chanlian is qualified to agree to such a thing, right? He doesn't even have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Zhen Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this wager might not succeed. Humph. Dao Wei snapped out of his daze and glared at Duan Lingtian. He suddenly snorted. Duan Lingtian, are you joking? You think you can take out a high-grade, half-soul divine weapon? The way I see it, you're just too scared to accept my challenge. That's why you're using this as an excuse, right? Dao Wei sneered. A high-grade, half-soul divine weapon? What a joke! Even if Duan Lingtian could take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he was confident in himself. The Seven Kills Valley would not let him take the risk. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was much more important in the Seven Kills Valley than he was. Yu Chanlian did not say anything. However, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He felt that Duan Lingtian was making ridiculous demands. The only reason he did this was to make Seven Kills Valley back off. He doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Is he trying to hide his strength, or is he not confident in himself? Yu Chanlian did not think that Duan Lingtian was afraid of his disciple, Dao Wei. After all, this was a monster that Zhen Pingfan personally went to the Tianlong clan to invite back to the Chunyang school. Moreover, Dao Wei was indeed very outstanding. This was an undeniable fact. Dao Wei's improvement in the past few decades was especially shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the fastest person in the history of Tanglung province to cultivate the divine emperor scripture. As for the high-grade half-soul divine weapon bet, Yu Chanlian only treated it as a joke. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian did have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he would not take it out unless he had a death wish. It was definitely not a good thing for a divine emperor to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was enough to tempt a divine emperor. Who said that Duan Lingtian can't take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Zhen Pingfan spoke first. He said calmly, "My old man can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager for the battle between you and Duan Lingtian. I've just contacted my old man about this matter, and he has agreed. If you don't feel reassured, I, Zhen Pingfan, can also make a heart demon blood oath on your behalf." If Duan Lingtian loses to you, Dao Wei, I'll give you a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Of course, the prerequisite is that 7 Kills Valley also takes out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. When Zhen Pingfan said this, everyone except Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even the people from Chunyang School subconsciously wanted to dissuade Zhen Pingfan, but when they thought about how even the ancestor of Yunfeng had agreed, they felt that it was useless to dissuade him. It seems that the ancestor is very confident in Duan Lingtian. This was the only thought in their minds. The high-grade, half-soul divine artifact didn't belong to Zhen Pingfan. It belonged to the ancestor. Without the ancestor's permission, Zhen Pingfan wouldn't have been able to use his high-grade, half-soul divine artifact as a wager. Duan Lingtian must be even stronger now that he's become an intermediate divine emperor. This was what they thought at the moment. As for the genius disciple of 7 Kills Valley, Dao Wei's expression was gloomy and ugly. He never thought that Elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunyang School, Jing Su, would make such a promise. This was Zhen Pingfan, the Elder Jing Su of Chunyang School, the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang School, the son of the ancestor of Yunfeng. Just now, he had learned about Zhen Pingfan's identity from his master. He knew that Zhen Pingfan was the leader of the group of people from Chunyang School this time. Although he was also a low-level divine emperor, his strength was above his master's. Moreover, there were people above Chunyang School. If it was Duan Lingtian who said it, he could still refute. However, when Zhen Pingfan spoke, his mood was completely different. For a moment, he subconsciously looked at his master, Yu Chanlian. As for Yu Chanlian, after hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, he was also a little absent-minded. At the same time, he thought that this was a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. Chunyang School wanted to take the 7 Kills Valley's half-soul divine weapon. Shameless. Too shameless. Chunyang School already has more half-soul high-grade divine weapons than our 7 Kills Valley. Now they want to take the half-soul high-grade divine weapon from 7 Kills Valley. Do they still want to be shameless? However, even though he thought so, Yu Chanlian still had a smile on his face. It seems like Uncle Master Yunfeng has a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I suppose Duan Lingtian has already become a middle-level divine emperor? As soon as Yu Chanlian said this, Zhen Pingfan could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that the 7 Kills Valley would definitely not accept Duan Lingtian's bet. It was not that Zhen Pingfan wanted to expose himself, but he knew that even if he did not expose himself, with so many people from Chunyang School, someone would definitely expose himself. Sure enough, when Yu Chanlian saw the reaction of Zhen Pingfan and the other people from Chunyang School, he understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Based on the strength you showed in the past, now that you have become a middle-level divine emperor, I think you will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7-mansion feast. If you had not become a middle-level divine emperor, my disciple might have had a chance, but now he is no match for you." When Yu Chanlian finished speaking, he was helping his disciple, Dao Wei, admit defeat. When Dao Wei heard this, his expression changed. He wanted to refute that even if Duan Lingtian was a middle-level divine emperor, he might still be able to defeat him. However, when his master's voice transmission entered his ears, he shut his mouth tightly. Unless you are 100% sure that you can defeat him, you will definitely die if you lose the sole superior divine artifact. How much do you know about him? How dare you say that you can defeat him? It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is conceit. Yu Bailian's voice transmission was filled with coldness toward the end. Yu Chanlian knew his disciple very well. He could even guess what Dao Wei was going to say, so he sent a voice transmission in advance to shut Dao Wei's mouth. When Duan Lingtian heard Yu Chanlian's words, he smiled indifferently. "Thank you for the compliment, Elder Yu. However, If you don't have confidence in Dao Wei, you can choose someone else. As long as it is a genius under the age of 10,000 from 7 Kills Valley, my bet will still count. Chapter 3977. In other words, Duan Lingtian was implying that if Saber Wei was not strong enough, they could ask someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian's words were like a nail in the coffin for the proud Dao Wei. Dao Wei was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he even felt that he had to prove that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, even if he had to risk his life. However, when he thought of his teacher's warning, he couldn't help but consider that if he lost a half-soul high-quality divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley, his death alone wouldn't be enough to quench the anger of the higher-ups of the 7 Kills Valley. In the end, not only his teacher, but his family would also be in trouble. It seems that Duan Lingtian is very confident in yourself. Yu Lanlian looked deeply at Duan Lingtian again. Although the smile on his face was still there, it had faded by a lot. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a little overbearing. Of course, at the same time he felt a little helpless. Their 7 Kills Valley did indeed have young Heaven's prides who weren't weaker than his disciple Dao Wei, and there was more than one of them. However, even those two were at most slightly stronger than Dao Wei. It might not be certain that he could win against Duan Lingtian, who is suspected to have stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm. If it was just a normal wager, it wouldn't be a big deal to bet with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon. A half-soul high-quality divine weapon was no ordinary high-quality divine weapon. Its value in the 7 Kills Valley was no less than that of a lower-level divine emperor. The 7 Kills Valley would never agree to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon for a wager that he wasn't completely sure of winning. Elder Yu is too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly again with a harmless smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the 3 from the 7 Kills Valley, it was no longer pure but hypocritical. This Duan Lingtian was too infuriating. Of course, even Dao Wei had to ask himself when he saw how confident Duan Lingtian was right now. If he was in Duan Lingtian's place, he would definitely not have the courage to use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Elder Yu. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan was still making his final effort. I heard that among the young geniuses under the age of 10,000 in the 7 Kills Valley, your disciple Dao Wei is ranked 3rd at most. There are still 2 people who are stronger than Dao Wei. It's said that those 2 already have the battle prowess of a high-level divine emperor. Is the 7 Kills Valley really not going to try? Who knows? I might be able to win my father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Zhen Pingfan's eyes were shining as he stared at Yu Kulian. The corners of Yu Bailian's mouth twitched when he heard this. He shook his head and said, Elder Zhen, let's not talk about this anymore. There's no way the 7 Kills Valley will use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager for this kind of battle. Of course, if Elder Zhen wants to fight with one of the middle-level god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley, we can use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Yu Klian's words meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from the 7 Kills Valley. However, when they heard Yu Klian's words, everyone from Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This elder of the 7 Kills Valley was one of the few god emperors in the 7 Kills Valley. How could he be so shameless, letting a middle-level god emperor from the 7 Kills Valley fight with Elder Zhen? Zhen Pingfan was only a lower-level god emperor. Although he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below a middle-level god emperor in Chunyang School, there was still a large gap between him and a middle-level god emperor. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap between them. Once one reached the god emperor realm, even if one's comprehension of the profound laws was inferior by an entire level. The difference of one's cultivation level was enough to make up for this gap and overtake it in one fell swoop. When Zhen Pingfan heard Yu Klien's words, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He then looked at Yu Klien with a fake smile and said, "Elder Yu, I admit that I am not your match for a middle-level god emperor. Why don't you and Hong Yunxiao fight me alone? If I win, the 7 Kills Valley will lose a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. If I lose, my old man's half-soul high-grade divine artifact will be lost to the 7 Kills Valley." When Zhen Pingfan said this, the smug smile on Yu Klien's face froze slightly. Behind him, Dao Wei and the other two also had ugly expressions. They felt that Zhen Pingfan was looking down on them too much. On the other hand, other than the leaders of the various factions, everyone else in the Chunyang school looked shocked. Elder Zhen, does he think that he can defeat the 2 lower-level god emperors of the 7 Kills Valley by himself? Elder Zhen is only a lower-level god emperor, right? It won't be easy for a lower-level god emperor to fight 2 lower-level god emperors alone, right? Although they were shocked, they also felt that since Elder Zhen dared to say this and even used his father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, he must be confident. Otherwise, wouldn't Ancestor Yin Feng break his legs? Elder Zhen, now that he had seen Zhen Pingfan's confidence and saw the frozen smile on Yu Klien's face, Duan Lingtian was also shocked. In the past, although he knew that Zhen Pingfan was very strong and was recognized as invincible under the middle-level God Emperor realm in the Chunyang school, after all, rumors were only rumors. Moreover, who could guarantee that someone was not deliberately bragging about Zhen Pingfan's strength and flattering Zhen Pingfan? Until now, when he saw the expression on the face of the 7 Kills Valley's elder, the God Emperor expert Yu Klien, he finally realized that Zhen Pingfan's strength was not just in name, but also in reality. Elder Zhen. After the smile on his face froze for a while, Yu Klien finally spoke with a self-deprecating expression. "You must be joking. Who in the Tunlung province doesn't know that you are invincible under the lower-level God Emperor realm? You killed a lower-level God Emperor and severely injured a lower-level God Emperor as soon as you became one. This is a real battle record. Even now, I still have the soul orb you recorded at that time. Not to mention Hong Yunxiao and I. Even if there were another lower-level God Emperor, they would not be able to beat you." When Yu Klien said this, other than Duan Lingtian and the leaders of the various branches of the Chunyang school, who were relatively calm, the others were quite shocked. This included Dao Wei and Yu Klien, who were standing behind Yu Klien. "This Zhen Pingfan is so strong." Dao Wei and Yu Klien exchanged glances. When they communicated through voice transmission, they could hear the shock in each other's words. Just like that, whether it was Duan Lingtian's battle or Zhen Pingfan's battle, it came to an end. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact. It was gone just like that. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact was not a big deal to him. After all, he had a full soul high-grade divine artifact. As for a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he also had a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, which was given to him by Linghu Renfeng when he broke into the Tianlong clan. If it was not given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he would have given it to Zhen Pingfan. Because it was given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he could not give it away casually. This was because he knew that even Linghu Renjie did not necessarily have such a divine artifact. Moreover, he planned to return that half-soul high-grade divine artifact to Linghu Renfeng in the future. "I can only find another opportunity next time," Duan Lingtan thought to himself. Ever since he entered the Chunyang school, Zhen Pingfan had taken good care of him. Along the way, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhen Pingfan. If he could give him a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was tantamount to returning Zhen Pingfan's favor. After the bet failed, the people from the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley were somewhat silent. However, although they were silent on the surface, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian, was communicating with Zhen Pingfan via voice transmission. Elder Zhen, actually, it is not completely impossible for you to obtain a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly. When Zhen Pingfan looked over, Yu Chanlian said, "This time, the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Machi clan is among the people who came from the Machi clan, Machi Hong." "So what?" Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan said indifferently, "Even if he is stronger than your disciple, Dao Wei, there is a limit to his strength." "You are all so smart. Do you think the people from the Machi clan are idiots? You are too insignificant, a clan with a heritage of over 100,000 years, and a god-emperor-level clan at that." Of course, Zhen Pingfan knew about Machi Hong. He was the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Machi clan. His cultivation base was at the intermediate god-emperor stage, and he was said to be invincible among those below the high-level god-emperor stage. Among the younger generation of the entire Tunglung province, apart from those who might have hidden themselves, Machi Hong was among the top 3 prodigies below the age of 10,000. At the very least, the 3 prodigies of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley were no match for Machi Hong unless they had reached the high-level god-emperor stage. This was because Machi Hong had defeated the strongest prodigy of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley with 10 moves 200 years ago. Because of this, he had become famous in Tunglung province. Yu Chanlian smiled nonchalantly. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible. But what if Machi Hong has already reached the high-level god-emperor stage? Moreover, as far as I know, his goal in the 7 prefectures grand banquet in 10 years' time is not to be in the top 10, but the top 3. Zhen Pingfan did not hear Yu Chanlian's last sentence. That was because the first sentence had already frightened him. Machi Hong was already a high-level god-emperor? Did this not mean that he had created history by becoming the first high-level god-emperor below the age of 10,000 in the history of Tunglung province? If Machi Hong hadn't become a high-level god-emperor, he wouldn't have come to the trading meet. Yu Chanlian continued to say, "By the way, the person leading the Machi clan this time is Machi Hong's great-great-grandfather, Machi Ju." "Machi Ju?" Zhen Pingfan regained his senses when he heard Yu Bailian's words. He looked at Yu Bailian deeply before he said, "Old Yu, I heard that when you were young, you were slapped by Machi Ju because you said too much at an inappropriate time. Are you still holding a grudge? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.